Howdy, howdy, everybody. How are you all doing? What's up, Frankith? Thanks for 4 months of support. How's it going, Fayley? MC Deep, Hot Sizzledo, Spicy Rob, Fireworks, Bad Lucky, Robot Daniel, thanks for 3 whole years of support. So what's the order? Are we following the compendium here? We're going to be going in order of... We're going to be doing it like one ancient at a time. I'm also going to break up the tier lists here into separate tier lists. So the goal is to do a Neow tier list ranking, and then an Act 1 ancient tier list ranking, and then an Act 2 ancient tier list ranking. I'll probably split those into separate videos, so that... Because they're going to be... There's a lot of ancient relics to rank here. If I was to do them all in one combined ranking, I think if we include the Neow relics, we're over 100 ancient relics, or at least very close to 100 ancient relics to talk about. So it's going to be a lot of things to rank. Just doing the ancient relics alone, and then we can eventually rank all the other relics in the game too. But that's going to be different. And yes, Spicy Rob, I'm feeling better from yesterday. I think I had a little bit of heat sickness from being outside during the morning time. I was getting some yard work done yesterday, and I think I took a bit too much sunlight. How's it going to safe? All the mods that I'm currently using, I don't use any gameplay mods for Slay the Spire 2. All the mods that I use can be found on the workshop. I actually just consolidated things down to simply one mod, which is Slay the Relics, allowing stream to mouse over stuff on screen and get kind of like a deck breakdown. How many hours do I have in Spire 2? I think we're at 550 now. That sounds about right. What's up in Vector? The fish. The fish, the fish. So we're going to be using the untapped.gg tier ranker for this, which has some new features since last we saw it on stream. You can now rename tiers, so you're not locked into S, A, B, C, D, letter tiers. And I've given those appropriate names for our ancient relics that I thought would be pretty good. Translucent Trey, thanks for the tier 1 sub. And we can now, of course, rank relics. We can also rank potions. You can even make a combined tier list on this, where you rank relics, potions, and cards all in the same tier list. All of this is possible and more for everybody on untapped.gg and the Slay the Spire section. Pretty cool, actually. But yeah, that's what we're going to be using here for our videos today. Tom got thermo curtains. That sounds like a nice way to block out the heat. And yes, I'm huge, because this is a yapping stream. Bad Lucky, thanks for 4 months of support. Yeah, I'm going to posticulate baselessly upon things in the video game as if I know what I'm talking about, and you're all going to nod along and say, yes, yes, that is how it works. I've got some deep... I mean, now that we have a 10 streak, we can at least claim some kind of competence at the video game, right? Surely. Yes. So, I'll probably have some different rankings on some of these than other people will, based on my personal experiences, based on my own judgments, which may or may not be accurate. That's part of the fun of making these rankings during early access, is that we can kind of like look back on them in the future and see how silly and out of touch we were. And Billy Mays, thanks for 3 months of support. Yeah, like, how useful is it ranking over the S to F tier? I think it gives you maybe a better description of, like, why they're in the tiers that they are. And Billy Mays, thanks for the 3 months. Am I doing beta or main branch? Currently, they're the same. So this is a perfect time to make the video, because I don't have to make any, like, if statements about which branch we're talking about, because everything is all synced up currently. We are about a week away from that changing. A rumor has been spoken to me. I don't know how true this is, but I hear that there are some substantial changes coming in the near future. I don't know what that means, but I'm curious. Deeply curious. I'm not talking new content. I'm talking existing content that might be changing. I'm not going to out my sources here. I don't kiss and tell. But a little bird did whisper that we might see some big changes. I don't know if it's going to be this beta patch or in the near future. Sean, you made it up. Oh, well, that's right. My dad works at Megacrit. That's right. My dad works at Mega. He's the president of Megacrit, actually. The whole company. The Baylor Lord. That's right. Mr. Megacrit Lord. Anthony is the boss? No, my dad's the boss. I just went over this. Yeah, significant changes to a beta game. Imagine. Gotta make sure I slurp down some water. Okay, let's properly get started here, I suppose. Hello and welcome, everybody. Today we are ranking all of the Neow bonuses, all of the blessings that you can get from Neow at the beginning of the game in Slay the Spire as the version 0.108 patch is the version that this is being based upon. Going to be ranking all the relics in one of these tiers here, going from always amazing at the top. This is for relics that are basically going to be great no matter the circumstances every time you see them. That doesn't mean they're necessarily the one that you should pick. You might have to choose between multiple relics in this tier, and it might be that something in a lower tier is better because of the particular circumstances. Actually, something to talk about before we get into ranking these is that Neow relics, in fact, all ancient relics in Slay the Spire 2 are going to be map dependent. You are allowed to look at the map before you make a choice of which relic you're going to get, and that should shape what you're picking. For the Neow tier list, for the Neow relics specifically, what you're generally thinking about are how many elites am I going to fight in Act 1, and how much preparation do I need for that first elite? You know, are you going to get a rest site before the first elite? Is there an early shop that you can use to spend cash before that first elite? And kind of how many total rest sites are you going to get? These are important questions to ask yourself. One of the big things that you're worried about in Act 1 is sort of managing your health, making sure you have enough health to keep taking fights so that you can get rewards and build a deck in the deck building video game. So for that reason, Neow bonuses that give you immediate power or that let you perform better in the first few combats, especially the easy pool combats, without having to go to a shop or anything. Anything that improves your matchup in that very first fight is valuable because it can save you significant health right away. What else to say? Anyway, another breakdown of the tier. Always good is for relics that are always solid, but not quite as amazing as the top tier. This is like your S tier. Always good is your A tier. Our middle tier is going to be map dependent. This is for ones that have some potential to them, and they can be very strong Neow bonuses, but it only if the map generation is cooperative or perhaps uncooperative. So some of the bonuses might be dependent on you having a bad layout in order to save you from the bad layout. And others are only strong if you have a good layout that can take advantage of their strengths. We'll talk about this one by one. Inconsistent is for Neow bonuses that can be good. All of the bonuses they're all bonuses, right? They can all be helpful in certain ways. That none of them are always bad, but some of them are sometimes bad, and that's where the inconsistent tier is going to be. And then almost never is for the Neow bonuses that are just kind of weak overall to the point where you almost always have a better choice. Doesn't mean you should never click on them, but you should probably almost never click on them because well, again, one of the other choices is likely to be better. So, with that all said, let's start ranking the options that you can get at the very start of the game. Starting, I guess we're going to go with these alphabetically here, is the current way that I have this. And we're going to be doing Arcane Scroll, which says, upon pickup, put a random rare card into your deck. This is, you don't get to choose from 3, you just get a random rare. You cannot say no once you click on this. It is in the deck whether you like it or not. This one's definitely class dependent. Actually, speaking of the map dependency of Neow bonuses and Ancient Relics, they are also class dependent, depending on what character you're playing. And we could, in fact, make separate tier lists for every single character for every Ancient Relic, but that's a lot of ranking. Maybe we'll do that later on, but I'm trying to create a consolidated tier list. So I'll talk about the ones that are kind of different per character where I can, and this is one of those. I think Arcane Scroll is on average better on Silent, and I think Clad and Silent have pretty good rare pools. Regent hates this, and I think Necrobinder also kind of hates this. The problem with the Arcane Scroll is the chance of bricking. You can get a rare card that doesn't help you immediately, because it's maybe a 3-cost power, or a card that duplicates another card, like Transfigure on Necrobinder, like Nightmare on Silent. Or it could be a card that requires you to have some existing synergy in order to do anything, like Accelerant on Silent. Gives you more poison damage, but the starting deck on Silent has no poison, and so if you get Accelerant, then you effectively just have a curse in the deck until you find a poison card. And so that, for me, makes Arcane Scroll very inconsistent. I don't think it is often something that I'm wanting to pick on Ascension 10 anyway, because of that risk of bricking. Getting a good rare, like an after image at the start, or an offering at the start, or a big bang at the start on Regent, those are amazing. And when those happen, they feel great. You know, if you click Arcane Scroll and you get a good rare relic, awesome. But is it going to happen every time? No. No, it's not. And with 25 rare cards per character, the random rare is indeed quite inconsistent. Domain, yeah, Domain's a good rare card in most Necro runs, but it's not a very good floor 1 card. So I wouldn't really be happy with a floor 1 Domain on Necrobinder. That's one way around the downside of the Arcane Scroll. Yes, you can save and quit, and then pick a different Neow bonus if you don't like what you get. That is allowed by the game engine, but I wouldn't be pulling that off on stream, definitely. That's funny. I like that. Okay, next up is the Booming Conch. Yes, I believe that's the correct pronunciation. Conch, the type of shell inhabited by a mollusk creature. Anyway, this says, at the start of every elite combat, draw 2 additional cards and gain 1 additional energy. This is somewhat dependent on how many elites you plan on fighting in Act 1. Taking this can allow you to fight more, which I like a lot. I find that if I take Booming Conch, I can more frequently get away with 3 elite acts, or sometimes even 4 elite acts. Only works for bonuses where you make a choice after choosing them. Oh, okay, so you can't save and quit the Arcane Scroll. Interesting. You can start a new run, however. That is allowed. That is allowed. Anyhow, with the Conch, I find this very, very useful consistently. Every run of Slay the Spire 2 is going to fight 1 or more elites. I guess you could technically do a special run where you don't fight any. But generally speaking, if you're trying to win, and you're trying to win on Ascension 10, you're going to be fighting quite a few elites, trying to get relics and get stronger. The Booming Conch makes that easier, and it's quite nice. This one's in the always good tier for me. I think it's very consistently useful and powerful. It's not super duper amazing. It doesn't help you in the first few fights, but it is quite strong. Cursed Pearl gives you a Greed Curse and 333 gold. That's a lot of money. The large amount of money, the 250 gold Neow bonus from the first game, from Slay the Spire 1, was one of the best. And that came with a random downside. This gives you an unremovable curse, but gives you even more money, 333 gold. And the way I like to look at the Cursed Pearl is that you can use 100 gold to remove a starter card, and then you have 233 gold left over, which is enough for a relic. So I typically think of Cursed Pearl as transform one of your starting cards into a curse and get a relic of your choosing, which is very good. This is dependent, of course, on whether you can get to a shop early. If you have to fight a hard pool combat before you can spend the money at a shop, then Curse Pearl is not always amazing. So it's more in-map dependent here. But the reason that it's so good is that money, unlike, you know, card rewards or potions or things, is always useful because you have discretion over what you spend it on. And discretionary spending means you can pick and choose something that you know you're going to get value out of, whether it's a card or a potion or a relic. Typically relics. It's one of the best things to buy. And again, just being able to choose what relic your starting bonus is out of 3 choices at the first shop is very powerful. And you can always choose not to spend the money and then find another shop and spend it there. And yes, there is almost always a shop on the first 3 tiles. I don't think that's a hard limit. I've definitely seen Act 1s where there is no early shop. And if that's what you see on the map, then don't click on this. But if there's an early shop, again, before the 4th combat, before that hard pool combat in Act 1, if you go into the hard pool combat with unspent money and a curse in your deck, you could really suffer. So strongly recommend only if you can get to a shop in the first 3 combats. Next up is going to be the fishing rod. This one's cool. This one's quite class dependent in my opinion. With some practice now, I feel like this is really good on Ironclad and kind of bad on like Necrobinder, kind of bad on Silence. But I really like it on Ironclad. The fishing rod is definitely, for me, more map dependent. I guess I'll shrink this down a little bit. And see all of our tiers here. There we go. Yeah, a little bit more map dependent. So I'm going to put that in the map dependent tier. Yeah, people who can survive easier have it easier with the fishing rod. I agree, because it's a backloaded bonus. And I say map dependent because it's a bonus per the number of combats that you can get. The idea with fishing rod is that you take a lot of regular combats. This not only gives you, of course, random upgrades from the fishing rod, but it gives you... Yeah, what it actually does is for every 3 fights you take, you get a random upgrade. So the idea with the fishing rod is that you take a lot of regular combats, you get random upgrades, plus the card rewards, plus the money, plus the potions, and that all collectively is worth a lot. Enough to take on like less elites. In my experience, you want to fight a little bit fewer elites with fishing rod, take a path that has a lot of regular combats, with a couple of fires sprinkled in there so that you can rest up in between all those fights to heal off any damage you've taken. And then even if you're not upgrading your cards at the rest sites, because you're getting the random upgrades, you'll still get a bunch of good stuff. It's very likely that this hits starting cards, especially initially. You're very likely to upgrade a strike or defend. But that can still add up to value for your character. But if the map doesn't even offer you a good path with a bunch of regular combats in Act 1, then I don't like it. You definitely want to get at least 6 regular fights in Act 1. Ideally 9 if you can, to get the 3rd upgrade before the boss. Wadib, thank you so much for the Prime sub. Welcome. Okay, next up. Golden Pearl. You just get 150 bucks. That's pretty good. Money is nice. For all the same reasons as Curse Pearl, this is good. It's just like less magnitude good, but you don't get a downside. So I could honestly rank it alongside. I think I'm going to rank it 1 tier lower in the always good category. It's great. It does give you enough money for a relic. But it's not as much total money. I didn't like the money upgrades initially. So when Spire 2 initially launched, relic prices were higher in the shops. And I think these starting bonuses were balanced around that. But then the price of relics came down to more comparable to the first game. And so they're a lot more purchasable with these starting bonuses, which made them a lot better. Let's rank the Hefty Tablet. Upon pickup, choose one of 3 rare cards to add to our deck. And add an injury. This is another way to get a rare card at the start. This one is also kind of character dependent. This can well be worth it on Silent. or Clad. But in general, I don't like it. This is definitely inconsistent tier for me. All the problems with the Arcane Scroll, you're less likely to get a bad rare card, but you are still potentially going to get a bad rare card, and then you also have a curse on top of that, which is really quite a lot of suffering. If you don't take a card with immediate value in the easy pool combats with Hefty Tablets, you're really going to suffer in the first fights. Like, if you pick, let's say, a Bullet Time from Hefty Tablet or a Nightmare or something, and you have an injury, then something as simple as the Nibbit fight or the Sea Punk fight can suddenly be taking double-digit damage from your health pool right away. And the second fight might not go much better. So you can end up in a really bad situation really quickly if the Hefty Tablet does not give you something immediately useful. That is a card that improves your outcome in the opening fights. So that's why it's an inconsistent tier for me. Let's rank the Kaleidoscope. This one's very interesting. Kaleidoscope says, upon pickup, obtain 2 card rewards from the other characters. And this one's really tricky to rank. So after some review, multicolored card rewards are worse than regular card rewards, is definitely where I've landed. So these are below the value of 1 card reward. However, you do get 2 of them. Two card rewards at the same time is valuable. Yeah, it's quite valuable. So for that reason, I do like the Kaleidoscope. Something important to note is that you don't have to take both card rewards. You can just look for one good card to add. One common card that does like 12 damage or blocks for a lot, blocks for 8 or more. And that can really improve your opening combats. So part of what makes Kaleidoscope good is just being able to do a lot better in the first couple of fights, and therefore start to be able to, as we say, snowball, and just have lots of resource. You know, preserve your health, preserve your potions, and then start collecting relics from elite fights. It is possible to get rares from the Kaleidoscope. Yes, it is. And the fun factor is definitely here. The fun factor on Kaleidoscope is significant, allowing you to get unique cross-class combinations that you might not have been otherwise able to assemble, and creating unique runs. And that does give it some big value for me. I think I ultimately rank it in always good. It's possible for both card rewards to whiff, but it's really rare. And again, just having card rewards before the first combat is quite solid. That's what I've come to feel. It's quite solid. Yeah, no, I rank it higher than inconsistent because it's 2 of them. If it's only 1 card reward, that is inconsistent. But because you get 2 of them, it is significantly better, in my opinion. Large Capsule. This one's hard to rank. You get 2 relics, but you also get 1 additional strike and 1 additional defense. This is a big upside paired with a big downside. It's hard not to describe this one as inconsistent. The problem I'm having here is that this is inconsistent and it's good. That's the problem with Large Capsule. I think it is also a bit character dependent. Dependent on how much you hate having an additional strike in your deck. Silent and Ironclad really don't mind. Regent and Necrobinder really do mind. So I think this is a better start on Clad and Silent. But it's also, even then, it's a little bit inconsistent. And I mean that in multiple ways. So the additional strike and defend, I've noticed, leads you to be much more likely to get really weird draws in your first fights. You know, that draw where you get 4 defends when the enemy's not attacking, or you get a hand of 5 strikes. Those don't happen often, but they happen way more often when you click on this. It's also possible for the relics that you get to not be helpful. You can get like Juzu Bracelet plus Unceasing Top, or something equally useless right off the bat, in which case you're in a really bad spot right away. But if you get good relics, then this will snowball very quickly and be very good. So if you get an egg relic or just any output relic like Gorget, Bronze Scales, Mercury Hourglass, anything like that, like you're suddenly doing very well right away. Yeah, you might get Vajra Smoothstone, and then all of your cards are one better, and that's quite good. So I'm not sure where to rank this. It's somewhere between always good and inconsistent. I think I have to put it at the top of inconsistent with like a big asterisk saying, wait, large capsule is actually pretty good. But only on some of the characters. I don't know. This is definitely one that I would rank differently by character. Next up, let's rank the Lava Rock. You get 2 random relics, just like the large capsule, but the downside is different. The downside instead is you don't get these relics until after you beat the Act 1 boss. Which makes snowballing more difficult, right? The whole idea behind large capsule is that you can use those relics to leverage for power right away so that you can get more relics from elites in Act 1. But I think overall the Lava Rock is kind of good. Yeah, a lot better on Ascension 1, definitely. Yeah, if you can survive your Act 1, this is quite good. So I found this to be quite good on characters who don't need immediate output to do well. I think this is kind of bad on Regent and Necrobinder, and quite good on like Silent and Ironclad. Ironclad likes this too. But again, it's all dependent on you being able to survive Act 1. I think that does make it map dependent. I think Lava Rock is quite good. And I really enjoy the runs where I take it, but if you need immediate output to solve like forced elites, or if you can take a much better path with a better bonus, then you should consider that instead. But I've had a couple really good runs where I simply play defensively in Act 1, you know, go for like 2 elites, rested a bunch of rest sites, don't push too hard, and then at the start of Act 2, I felt really strong because I still had a lot of relics, you know. So yeah, I'll put it in map dependent, but I think you could even argue for always good on Lava Rock, but it's only good if you get out of Act 1. So is that always? Maybe not. What is always good, in my opinion, is the Lead Paperweight. Upon pickup, choose a colorless card to add to your deck. The 1 of 2 makes it a little inconsistent, but I found that almost all of the colorless cards are just quite solid to the point where almost any character really appreciates them. There are some bricks. Never seen a bad card from this. We've seen some recently where I had to take like production, which I wasn't that happy with. But yeah, some of the really good hits off this are like Splash, Fisticuffs, Discovery, Ultimate Strike, Ultimate Defend, Finesse, Flash of Steel, Thrumming Hatchet can be very nice, Equilibrium, Fasten, Omni Slice, Dramatic Entrance, Dark Shackles, Panic Button, Shockwave. These are all uncommon colorless cards. I believe it is possible to get a rare colorless card from this, but it's very rare that you see one. I'm pretty sure it's possible, though. So you can get Hand of Greed, but it's really unlikely. Got yeah, Automation. We had an Automation run recently, too. That was also like a kind of a low roll. Thinking Ahead is in the pool. Thinking Ahead's one of the less good ones. There's really not that many. Purity can also be a relatively poor card at the start. You can get a rare, but it's only ever going to be beat down. Yeah. Yeah, I would say the colorless rares are not even that good. Like Anointed, you could see, and you'd be like, oh, crap, this garbage is here. I don't want Anointed in my deck on floor 1. That's terrible. Purity would at least be okay in like Overgrowth Act 1, where you could use it to deal with the Wiggler curses, the infection cards. Anyway, and yeah, this can also give you multiplayer cards in multiplayer. But I'd say the chance of breaking Lead Paperweight is so low that it's going in the always good tier overall. Next up, the Leafy Poultice. Upon pickup, transform 1 strike and 1 defend, and lose 12 max health. 12 is a lot of max health to lose. However, transforming 2 cards is ridiculous. Despite the huge max health loss, I think this is consistently one of the best starting relics for any character. Yeah, this is going into the always amazing tier. In fact, it's going above Cursed Pearl here. This is probably the best of the starts. Part of the reason that this is so good is that while you lose a lot of max health, if you're playing on Ascension 10, then that was effectively like empty max health. You start at reduced health. Like 20% of your health is missing at the start of the run. And so you don't actually lose any current hit points by taking the Leafy Poultice, which is not the same for the Precarious Shears, which we'll be talking about soon. And that means the downside of Leafy Poultice isn't felt until you start having to rest. But if you have 2 transform starting cards, odds are you don't have to rest because you're kicking butt. Another reason this goes into always amazing is that, again, depending on exactly what you transformed into, it's likely your starting combats are going to go a lot better. So this can give you hit point savings starting on floor 1. Yeah, overall, very good. I think on every character. Let's talk Lost Coffer. Upon pickup, choose a card award and get a potion. I can't remember if I've ever clicked on this. Lost Coffer is fine, is what it is. You get a potion, you get a card award. That's a good start to a run, I suppose. It's better than inconsistent, but it's mediocre. Yeah, I think that's by definition almost never. Like, I have almost never clicked on this, and therefore, I think it might be almost never tier. And as I said at the start of this video, that's not because it's bad, but it is because the other options are almost always better. So if Lost Coffer is up against other inconsistent choices, then I could see it. I don't know if it's possible to generate like Lost Coffer, Large Capsule, Arcane Scroll or something. But yeah, usually there's a better option, and that's why it ends up at the very bottom here. Unfortunately. Yeah, we're going to put it at the very bottom in the almost never tier, not because it's bad, but because other stuff is usually better. And that's all right. It's like yeah, something has got to be the worst just by virtue of everything else being better, and that's kind of where Lost Coffer feels to me. I think there's not going to be. I think there might be another relic alongside it. What else we got? Massive Scroll. I didn't know this existed until now. This one is a multiplayer-only Neow relic that says choose one of 3 multiplayer cards to add to your deck. This is definitely big on the fun value. So you get multicolored cards, or rather, you get multiplayer cards right from the get-go, which you can use with your friends to either build around or just have fun. Yeah, with the latest batch of new multiplayer cards that got added in the beta branch, I guess this is probably even better. Is this always amazing? I think we put it in always good. I don't have enough experience to know how ridiculous it is. But it's definitely very fun. So it's top tier for fun. Next up is Neow's Bones. You get 2 Neow relics and a random curse. This is, by definition, very inconsistent. This one's crazy. I think this is our closest equivalent to a boss swap in Slay the Spire 2. Where you take it, it's a high risk, high reward gamble. And I mean, it's literally got dice on the image. It is, by definition, a gamble. You get an additional boon from Neow, which could be anything. The boons that you get may or may not be the same as the other options that you have being given to you. Problematically, some of the other Neow bonuses give you curses, right? Does chat know for sure? Can this give you Cursed Pearl and Hefty Tablet such that you start with 3 curses, one of which is eternal? Unanimous yeses. Yes, this can give you 3 curses at the start of the run. That's kind of awful, right? Like, that's really bad. You could lose to the first fight if you got it bad enough, I guess. That's definitely inconsistent. That's technically true of boss swap in Spire 1. This is going into inconsistent for me. When I'm doing Ascension 10 runs, if I'm on a win streak, this thing is terrifying to me. I am way too scared to click on this. Maybe I just need to try it more, but I'm really scared of the Neow's Bones when I have like a 10 streak going. Can I explain why Poultice is great? As I mentioned when we were ranking it, part of the reason that it's good for Ascension 10, you don't actually lose any current health when you click on it. And the value of turning 2 of your starting cards into random cards is very nice. So it's no immediate downside, effectively, and big immediate upside. That's part of what makes it so good. Next up is Neow's Talisman. This thing I like quite a bit. You upgrade 1 strike, 1 defend. There's nothing wrong with that. This hits all the good factors, right? It always gives you a bonus that you can appreciate. It improves your opening combats, helps you snowball. No randomness. I guess I just said the same thing a couple times. Doesn't matter. It's good. It's by definition good. Because it gives you a static amount of improvement. Boring. It is boring, but it's good. That's the important thing to recognize. Boring but deceptively good is well said. Yeah, it's just solid. I really like this when I've got a tough path to take down. Is those upgrades, again, help you save health in the first 3 combats, big time, and then help you take on the elites as well. Yeah, so for me, this is not in Lost Coffer tier, but I could see this. I could see putting this in the same tier as Lost Coffer. But yeah, upgraded starting cards are good. Strikes, you're likely to keep at least 1 strike for the whole run, so you just make it that upgraded strike. Your strikes can get better if you get something like Soup from Tezgatara. Yeah, boring but strong. Also strong, I think, is Neow's Torment. This one is more class dependent. You get the Neow's Fury card added to the deck. Can I show that, actually, if I click on cards? It's not. Okay, that's fine. Anyway, what Neow's Fury does is... It does 10 damage, and then you return 2 cards from the discard pile to your hand, and then the card exhausts. So it's deal 10, get 2 cards from the discard pile back. Upgrades to deal 14, get 3 cards back. Still exhausts. So it's a one-time use card. I think Torment is better for characters with more zero-cost cards. So I like it on Regent quite a bit. I like it on Defect a lot. It's just good damage on Ironclad. Necrobinder, I think, likes it the least, but still does appreciate a 10 damage card. Yeah, good with Bodyguard on Necro. I think this is always good. I think this is a solid card that will help you in the opening combats and can be relevant for the whole run. It's not amazing, but it is good. Helps you snowball, which is definitely valuable. I could like it on Silent too, right? With Silent, you can use this to fetch Sly cards back into your hand and then discard them with stuff that you have. So you can get back things like Reflex or Tactician or Untouchable. Seems like there's a lot of potential. And it even does damage. Yeah, I like it a lot. Put it in the good tier. New Leaf. Upon pickup, transform a card. This one's also just good. Not 2 transforms like Leafy Poultice, but it is good. I think this is another always good tier ranking. Yeah, the no downside part is very nice. Like it at the top of good. You can put it below Conch. No, below Pearl. But it's good. Yeah, New Leaf is solid. Yeah. I usually transform a strike. Maybe on Ironclad, you could transform a defend sometimes. Or if you're in Overgrowth, you could transform a defend. But most characters, I think I'm transforming strike here. So turning a strike into a random card. Random card's better at the start of the game because you don't have anything in your deck yet. So you can kind of just take cards that go with the card you get, whatever that card might be. Pretty good chance to give you a rare card, by the way. So why is Transform better than a card reward? Because you're getting a remove and a card at the same time. So a card reward gives you one card added to the deck, but then if you transform a card, you've removed a starting card and also added a card to the deck. That's just better. That is better. So even if you get something that's no good card-wise, you're not that much worse off because you don't have more total cards. And yeah, and again, better than random rare because, you know, 5 strikes, 5 defends, neutralize survivor, and a crappy rare is worse than 4 strikes, 5 defends, neutralize survivor, and a crappy rare. Because you've removed a strike, you're still better off. And that rare card can eventually be good, but the strike will never be good. So yeah, Transform very valuable for that reason. Next up is the Nutritious Oyster. You get 11 max health, which is also 11 current health. That is useful. That is useful. This can be a nice little buffer for Act 1. Gets you more health every time you rest, essentially. This is also a bonus I don't think I've ever clicked on. And again, not because 11 max health is bad, but just because all the other options are better. Because what you're looking for in Slay the Spire is a way to perform better in combats, to avoid losing health to enemies, usually. And this doesn't help you do that. It just gives you more health to lose. But if you take it, you will be losing the health that you got, be assured, because you didn't take something that helped you avoid lose health. You know? So that's why, for me, it's in essentially almost never. Again, just like with Lost Coffer, not because it's bad per se, but because essentially all the other options are better. Yeah, 11 health won't help you kill elites. Not really. Not really. Tom says, I really want to find Neow's Bones that gives Humidifier and a Pearl, then find a tent in the first shop. I like where your head's at. Yes, I love that. Yeah, I just think 11 ain't enough. And in the first game, you only got 7 for taking the max health up, or 6 on Silence. 6 max health. That was terrible. 11 is actually kind of good. 11 is actually kind of good. What if it made resting also heal 5 more? Well, you get 30% of your max health when you rest, so this gives you about 3 more per rest. So you do get more when you rest. If Chosen Cheese were an ancient, if it was a Neow relic, it would be quite good. It'd be a lot better than Nutritious Oyster, that's for sure. Speaking of a lot better than Nutritious Oyster is File Holster. You get 1 potion slot and 2 random potions. So this is front loading that helps you snowball by allowing you to save health or overcome an early elite. And the permanent potion slot is so valuable, allowing you to take more reserved power into your end boss fights, or have a reserve built up to tackle elites, or whatever. That potion slot's really nice, so I really like the File Holster. And I think it's actually a top tier starting bonus here. I think it's one of the best. Flannel Violin, thanks for 76 months. Appreciate you. All right, next up we're going to rank Pomander here. Upon pickup, upgrade a card. This is fine. This might be another one that goes in the almost every tier just by virtue of it's not that good. It is always good, but it's not always good. Kind of character dependent. I think the best ones for this are Necrobinder, upgrade Bodyguard, very good. Silent, upgrade Neutralize, quite good. Defect, upgrade Dual Cast or Zap, are both pretty good. Ironclad upgrades Bash, that's actually not that bad. Regent, you're probably upgrading either Falling Star or Venerate. I don't like it on Regent that much. But Regent does appreciate just being able to beat the opening combats more easily, so it's even good there. I guess it's an always good, because every character likes it. Helps you snowball, helps you have one more upgrade. Talisman, yeah, I would say Talisman is better. I would definitely say Talisman is better. I think Palmander is like on the bottom of the always good tier. If I was ranking these just alphabetically by letter, I'd probably put it in C tier. But it's not map dependent. And it's not inconsistent. It's neither of those things. It's just good. I like it more than Oyster, usually. And Coffer, yeah, I would take it over Coffer and Oyster. So I think I'm going to put it in the bottom of always good tier. Next up, Precarious Shears. Upon pickup, remove 2 cards from the deck and lose 16 hit points. 16 health is a lot to lose. However, remove 2 is a very strong bonus, generally. This is another character-dependent one. I think Defect loves this. Necrobinder can also be very happy. This is also better on lower Ascensions than it is on higher Ascension. If you're playing below Ascension 10, if you're not starting with less health at the start of the run, then this is quite solid. But because you're losing 16 health, you could be in trouble pretty quickly. I think that makes this a map-dependent one. I'd probably put it at the top of the map-dependent tier. Just because this is dependent on your ability to get back into a comfortable situation with your health, right? You have to be able to get the health back, or you have to be able to navigate the challenges of early Act 1 without losing any hit points. And that's quite hard on both fronts. But if you have a more gentle path where it can be hard to get strong in the traditional way, then Precarious Shears can be very good. Yeah, a good choice on Defect or in Underdogs. Or both, right? Defect, Underdogs. I think it's quite good there. But yeah, I think removes in general are very strong for some of the characters, especially with the high Ascension increased removal price. It's a very valuable thing. Next up, Precise Skizzers. Upon pickup, remove a card from your deck. This is another just good bonus. It's like the Shears, but without the downside. One remove is not very exciting. I think you'd usually rather have New Leaf versus the one remove. But starting up by one remove is perfectly solid. Guess I'll put it at the bottom, below Palmander. I would usually want Palmander over Scissors. That feels weird, but I think that's correct. Yeah, lower than Palmander. I've not taken this particular bonus very often, I'll admit. All right, Scroll Boxes is next. Upon pickup, choose 1 of 2 packs of cards to add to the deck. So Scroll Boxes gives you 2 commons and 1 uncommon packed together. The problem with this for me, you get 3 cards right away. This can definitely improve your outcome in early fights. But the problem is that almost always 1 out of those 3 cards is going to be redundant or bad or something. Very rarely do you want all 3 cards that you're offered as a package deal. That definitely puts us down in either almost never or inconsistent for me. I could see either. I definitely don't click on Scroll Boxes essentially ever. I've not liked it very much when I've picked it. There is the possibility on Defect of getting 3 claws, which is fun. So the fun factor is there if you're playing on Defect. But only Defect can get the 3 of a kind pack. Yeah, I'm going to put it down in inconsistent. I just don't like it that much. Silken Tress. Another character-dependent one, I think. Silken Tress costs you all your gold, so you lose 99 gold, but then all of the cards in the first card reward have Glam. Glam is a very strong enchantment. Glam says the first time you play this card, play it twice. And Glam is kind of cracked. This initially didn't cost all your gold, and it was the best starting bonus. Now that it costs all your money, it's not the best starting bonus, but it is really good. And I think even a bad card with Glam is still a good card. Yeah, we recently had a run where we low-rolled this on Necro, and we had to take Poke, 0 cost, deal 6 damage. And it was still pretty good. And it ended up being a valid part of the deck, and the run ended up winning. So that sounds to me like Silken Tress is very good. I think the best characters for this are characters that have access to higher cost cards. So Necrobinder and Ironclad and Regent in particular like this, but anybody can get a good card with Silken Tress, and even, like I said, even a bad card with Glam is quite good. Of course, this is really good on any card that either says Exhaust or is a power, as those cards can only be played one time, and so now you're doubling the one time that you play that card, which is just amazing. So like Replay Tremble on Clad, normally not a very good card, but it could be quite good with Glam. Any power with Replay is so good, usually. Replay Blade Dance is pretty funny. Replay many options. Replay Molten Fist is pretty cool. The options are endless. And again, I think the chance to brick is so low. Because you get the bonus after the first combat, this can also really help you snowball very well. A Glam card is better than an upgraded card, and you can upgrade the Glam card to get double value out of the upgrade, which is very powerful. So you get one really strong card, which helps you really just get going right away. So this is going in Always Amazing. I'm going to put it above the Pearl, actually, below Poultice. I think Poultice is the overall best, probably. All right, just a few more left. Silver Crucible. This is one that I like a lot. Your first 3 cards are upgraded. First 3 card rewards, in my opinion, are upgraded. And your first treasure chest is completely empty. So that means no money and no relic. So you lose money and a relic in Act 1 to get 3 upgrades. And you get those upgrades faster. So the snowball value is there. I like this in that it really helps you fight early elites. The biggest problem with Silver Crucible is that if your card rewards are not very exciting, and you would otherwise want to skip them, then you're forced to either take a crappy card or lose out on value. But in practice, I haven't yet seen any situation where I didn't want one of the 3 upgraded cards offered to me, because upgraded cards are good. So it's pretty hard to get 3 upgraded bad cards. Not impossible, but pretty hard. So the immediate value, allowing snowballing combined with the low chance of bricking, definitely puts this in Always Amazing for me. Yeah, this is another high ranker. I think it's at the bottom of Always Amazing. I think this works on the cheese event. They might have fixed that. There was something they fixed with Silver Crucible in an event. I did see a screenshot of somebody who had gotten a Glam card reward that was like Battle Trance versus Expectifight versus Second Wind, all of which do nothing with replay. So it is possible to completely brick. It is possible, but hopefully that doesn't happen. But yeah, it is possible to totally brick the Glam. All right, we're almost done here. Well, 3 more relics. Small capsule. Upon pickup, obtain a random relic. This is just good. It might be amazing, actually. Just a relic to start your run with no downside is great. If it's something with immediate value, you get to snowball. If it's a relic that has a per floor effect, you get maximum value. It's actually hard not to put this in Always Amazing. It's just a relic. Everybody loves relics. I'll put it below the Crucible. I think it's great. I think it's great. A little bit character dependent. Some characters want lots of relics more than others. I think Clad wants lots of relics. Silent can benefit from a lot of relics. There's definitely a good number of relics that don't do anything right away. Juzu Bracelet, Unceasing Top, Guria. But the number of hits vastly exceeds the number of misses. I think relics in general are very good in Spire 2. All right. Let's rank the Stone Humidifier. This one's kind of hard to rank for me because I have not done very many Stone Humidifier runs. This one's also another character-dependent one. When you rest at a rest site, raise your max health by 5. So, kind of like the Nutritious Oyster, except you get an ongoing bonus rather than a one-time bonus. This gives you 5 more hit points when you rest. Like, you heal for 5 more is one way to look at it. And then each future rest is worth even more. Very good if you get Tent, but there's no way to know that you're going to get Tent when you have to click on this, so you can't have Tent first. Yeah, I don't have enough experience with this to know quite how good it is. It's definitely going to be, I think, a map dependent. You know, the number of rest sites that you get offered kind of determines the value here. So I guess this goes in map dependent tier. But I'll be honest, I don't know that I have enough experience with this thing to rank it properly. I've heard from other players that this can be quite good on Defect as a way to like tank your way through the hallway fights and then build a deck that beats boss fights and just kind of like cheat your way through the game with that. I'm sure there's some way to give it good value on like Ironclad as well. But yeah, any character who's resting a lot because you're taking a lot of damage has the potential to benefit from this. Of course, resting too much can cost you the run by not getting you any upgrades, but I think it can still be good. I'm going to put it in map-dependent tier. And then likely sharing that tier is, of course, the by-definition map-dependent relic, the Wing Boots. What the Wing Boots fundamentally let you do is travel around the map without having to worry about the connections between nodes. So you can take a path that is unrestricted. It's going to allow you to fight more elites or visit more rest sites. Those are usually what I'm trying to do with my Wing Boots, but it's definitely you need to be able to use the Wing Boots to get a more valuable path in order for the Wing Boots to make a good Act 1 pick. So it's definitely going in the map-dependent tier here, for sure. For sure. So what I like to do with this is like get 2 upgrades in a row in Act 1 and then fight 4 elites or something, which can be quite nice. Yeah, upgrade, and then 4 elites. And that's, again, depending on the map, that can really pay off. I've also found value in saving a charge for Act 3, where you may want to visit additional shops. If you get the Parasol from Vaku or the Signet Ring from Nonu Pepe, then having a Wing Boots charge held over from Act 1 can really pay off. All right, that is every Neow bonus ranked here. From almost never to always amazing. Let me know in the comments below what you think, if you agree or disagree with the ranking on any particular relic, or let me know what your favorite Neow relic is. And as always, if you like this video, be sure to subscribe to the channel to find more ranking videos like this, plus lots, of course, of Spire 2 gameplay. Look forward to our next video where I rank all of the Act 1 Ancient Relics. For now, I'll catch you later, though. Stay cozy, my friends. Yeah, hello to yourself in a couple of weeks. All right, we're back, chat. Thanks for hanging out with me. Let me mark that, actually. That took longer than I thought, and that is concerning. Because we have many more relics to rank if I want to do the actual ancient relics. Seems like a good time to get a water break, though. Kaleidoscope scratches the itch just right, even if the cards are bad. That's right. Oh, yeah, sorry, Act 2, Ancient. Act 2 and Act 3 is what I meant. Post-Act 1, post-Act 2. Ah. Yeah, I officially called them Act... I set up tier lists where I call them Act 2 and Act 3 Ancients, but I think I just said the wrong thing at the end of the video there. Whatever. Whatever. Do I think the Ancient Relics are super character-specific? Some of them are, yeah. Some of them definitely are. Yeah, I gotta redo the whole thing now. Terrible. Terrible. So... I can collapse that, right? That doesn't show anything, though. The cookie is character specific. Yeah, the art is. The flavor of the cookie depends on which character you're playing. All right, I just talked for like an hour straight, and I'm going to do it again in a minute, but I will take a break before I do that. I'm going to grab some more water, and then we're going to rank all of the Act 2 Ancient bonuses. That is the bonuses that you get at the start of Act 2 when you get to look at the map of Act 2. So, we're doing another tier list video in just a minute here. BRB. All right, chat, we're back. Yeah, how is Treston always amazing when you lose all your money and it can brick? It really can't brick, is the thing. There's almost nothing that doesn't appreciate. Yeah, even most of the bricks are still good, is well said. Like, a bad, crappy common with replay is a pretty good card. There are a few cards that truly don't do anything when you play them twice, like Fiendfire, like Battle Trance. But the odds of getting only cards that truly brick is so low that it might as well not exist. Yeah, we've had good runs with bad cards, like Cinder with replay, Poke with replay. I think those are still pretty good. So next up, we are going to rank the Act 2 Ancients here. Yeah, hard to break, but it can happen. It's true. It can happen. Yeah, it can happen. So we only want Ancient Relics. We're going to do these one Ancient at a time. Who should we rank first? Orobas, Tez, or... the other guy? Is the other Act 1 Ancient? I don't even remember. Pale. That's right, Pale. Yeah, who should we rank first? How's it going, Soup to Go? Thanks for the Prime sub and 34 months of support. Yeah, what's the best relic and why is it Big Hug? Big Hug's gonna be up there, let me tell you. Pale, then Tez, then Orobus. Kinda down for that. Tez first? Order them by ear size. So Darv first. Those are horns. Darv's going to be weird. We have to rank Darv on both the Act 2 and the Act 3 Ancient Relic list. Let's do Tezcataro first. Oh, that means we're ranking Big Hug first? Interesting. Very interesting. Okay, that's fine. Why don't we dive right on into it? Oh, let me shrink down a little bit, actually. Actually, let me just... whoop. Let me just break my entire display. Let me just see how big these get when I have one in every tier. Want the size to be right? Yeah, okay, that's like before. Perfect, okay. Perfecto. Of course, that does reorder them. Also, I just broke Wheel of Gold somehow. There we go. Perfect. Okay. Hello and welcome everybody to another Spire 2 ranking video. In this video, we are breaking down the ancient relics that you can get at the beginning of Act 2 and trying to rank them on a scale of always amazing being the best and almost never being the worst. Tiers are mostly self-explanatory here. Always amazing is the relics that are always going to be awesome. Pretty much no matter what. They might have downsides, but those downsides are not so relevant. Always good is for the ones that provide good value basically all the time, but might not provide enough good value to be that strong. Need synergy means that they're only for specific decks with specific conditions. This might depend on the character you're playing. Inconsistent for ones that rarely get there. and almost never for things that are just so weak or so hard to use that you almost always want to take something else. Yeah, curious to see how these vary. So we're doing this through the Untapped.gg website here. They've got a Slay the Spire 2 section with a tier maker where you can rank cards, relics, potions, anything from the game into tier list or view tier lists created by others. I'll have a link to this tier list on the Untapped website included in the description below the video for anybody who wants to check it out. But yeah, let's dive right on into things here. Starting with the Big Hug, which says, upon pickup, remove 4 cards from your deck. This is the most removes you can get in one Ancient Relic. However, it does have a downside. Every time you shuffle the draw pile, you add a Soot status to the draw pile. So each cycle gives you more and more and more chunk. And this is really cool, in my opinion. 4 removes is crazy strong. You can remove every strike that you have on most characters and just be left with defends and your added cards. The main benefit of this is that you get to deploy your powers more quickly and just have a more like refined, consistent set of cards to draw through. Your first cycle of your deck, the first time you draw through your cards, is going to be really good with 4 removes. And each subsequent deck cycle gets worse. So Big Hug is worse only if you are cycling your deck a whole lot, like more than once per turn, or trying to do some kind of infinite combo. Big Hug will usually brick an infinite combo. There are ways to deal with the statuses. Ironclad can add cards that exhaust statuses, like True Grit and Burning Pact. Silent can simply draw and discard them. The Regent can transform them or exhaust them with Tyranny. Defect can actually benefit from the statuses. This will activate status synergy cards on Defect. It'll give you an orb from Trash to Treasure. It'll do damage from Smokestack. Also, this counts for card creation on Regent. So if you have Pillar of Creation on Regent, you'll get block when the Soot is created, and the Soot will also scale the damage of Supermassive. Necrobinder can use Cleanse to get rid of these, or make them ethereal with Sculpting Strike, and that can also get rid of them. What I found in practice, though, is that even in a run where you don't actually have a way to deal with the Soot, you're so improved by having all those card removes that you're in an incredible spot anyway. So we had a winning run recently where I never was able to, like, remove any of the statuses that were created, but we simply just played a bunch of good cards and beat the bosses before I drowned in the statuses. And so for me, Big Hug is an always... This is actually one of the best of the Ancient Relics that we're starting with it right at the beginning here. Because it is so freaking strong. It's ridiculous. It's just very consistent when you have 4 removes. And if you plan appropriately, you do have to have a damage plan. You do have to create a way to win before you drown in the Soot. But if you do that correctly, then Big Hug is almost always a good benefit on any character in almost any deck. I like Big Hug a lot, now that I've played with it a bunch. Next up, we're going to rank the Golden Compass. It's funny, we had a map-dependent tier for the Neow relics. This is like a map-dependent Act 2 Ancient Reward. You replace your map with a single special path. So that special path has 3 combats, then like 4 events. You get 4 rest sites. You get 2 treasure chests. So you get an extra relic. Then you get a shop after both treasure chests before you fight 2 elites. And the elites have a rest site between them. I believe those events can also not be combats, so you have effectively Juzu Bracelet in effect with the Golden Compass. So this is a good boon if your deck is afraid of hard pool combats in Act 2. If you don't want to fight the Hunter Killer or the 4 Carapace Beetles or the Obscura, then the Golden Compass can help you avoid all that. The additional relic can help a little bit. Very notable, you get more floors to... Oh, they're guaranteed to be events, so they also can't be shops or treasures. Interesting. If there's a specific Act 2 event you want, like the doll, like Bing Bong, this can help too. So Compass is always decent. It always gives you value. I think it really depends on the map, though. Like, the value of the Compass is dependent on what you're comparing it against. So if you have a good Act 2 path with a lot of rest sites and a bunch of elites you can fight, then it's not that good. But if your Act 2 path is like a forced early elite and you don't get any rest sites and it just sucks, then Golden Compass gets a lot better. I think that makes it inconsistent, in my opinion. I would say it's map dependent, but we don't have a tier for that. Good, but often overshadowed by better options. Next up is Soup. Upon pickup, enchant all your strikes with Tez Katara's Ember. This makes them 0 cost and do 3 more damage. So regular strike is 9 damage, upgraded strike is 12 damage. Even more if you have strike dummy or mini cannon. With the right synergies, Nutritious Soup can make your strikes actually very enormous. You could, in theory, have a run with miniature cannon and strike dummy and mystic lighter. And your strikes will do 15 plus 9, 24 damage. That's a lot of damage. Going into Act 2, you almost always have at least 3 strikes left. If for some reason you have no strikes, you actually can't get offered the soup. And almost every character appreciates the bonus damage and the free cards. Clad can really utilize them well with his good card draw sources and attack spam and strength gain. Silent can benefit a lot by having like its payoff for draw. So if you're on Silent, you can focus on drawing a lot more cards. Regent doesn't mind having free attacks and more damage in the starting deck either to utilize the weaken vuln that he can apply with many of his cards. I would say it's probably worse on Necrobinder. Necrobinder has only 4 strikes to start and often removes 1 in Act 1. So Necrobinder is usually not getting that much value out of it. On Defect, you can use your strikes with All for One and with Hologram and with Barrel. So it's actually quite good on Defect. I think it's overall just quite good. I was a super believer before they buffed it to add the damage, and now that it's been buffed to add 3 damage to the strikes as well, I think it's in the always good tier. It's just a solid pick. Unless you have 2 or fewer strikes, then it's probably something you don't want. But as long as you have at least 3 strikes, you should think about the soup, because that free damage is pretty good. Next up is the reworked Pumpkin Candle. This used to be energy that extinguished at the start of Act 3, which was almost never tier for me. The new version is you get energy every turn, but you must kindle it every 5 combats. So it'll go away after 5 fights. You can use a rest site to increase the counter on it by 5. So if it's already above 0, you can add 5 to it. So if you have 2, you'll have 7 after kindling. If you're down to 0, then you can kindle it to bring it back with 5. This is really good with Tent. If you happen to have Tent, then this is just free energy with no downside. Yeah, Tent turns this into a free energy relic. But even without Tent, it can be quite good. I wouldn't put this in the needs synergy tier. I think I'll put it in always good. It is good. Yeah, you notably can get more than 5 stacks. You will have to sacrifice relics to get it, rest sites to get it, but the energy is very valuable. And I like it a lot more than I like Tez's other energy relic, which is the Seal of Gold, which says, at the start of your turn, spend 5 gold to gain energy. I personally despise this thing. This is kind of like Ectoplasm from the first game, still in this game too, except I think it's worse than Ectoplasm, generally. There are ways to make it better, but I find that it steals your money pretty hard. So Seal of Gold, you're losing 5 gold per turn. So the longer the fight goes on, the more money it costs you. And that makes Seal of Gold best with decks that can win fights very fast. The big problem, though, is once you run out of money, if you can't lose 5 money at the start of the turn, you don't get the energy. And that's the real kicker here, is that if your fight goes on too long or you run out of money, then you will no longer have the energy either. Yeah, I'd like it a lot more if it let you have energy even after losing all your money. But this puts you in a difficult spot of having to ration your money very carefully. I bet this is a lot better on low Ascension when the money is more plentiful, but with the reduced income on high Ascension, for Ascension 10, especially where you have to fight a second boss, which you have to have money for, it's really quite bad. So for Ascension 10, this is an always never. I think this is a lot better, maybe inconsistent or even always good on a lower Ascension level, but A10, this is not very good in my opinion. Next up, we rank the Ever Bright Storybook. This gives you the Brightest Flame card. Brightest Flame says, lose 1 max health to get 2 draw and 2 energy. And then you can upgrade Brightest Flame to get 3 draw and 3 energy for 1 max health. Storybook is incredible. It is kind of game-breakingly good. The amount of energy, the amount of card draw and energy that you get from it allows you to save health in a wide variety of situations. Although your max health does dwindle every time you play it, realistically, you will still have plenty of max health left by the end of the run, even if you play it pretty much every time you draw it. And there's a number of degenerate things you can do with this, like making copies of it or getting it back into your hand, that make it especially busted. Actually, probably better than Big Hug, even. Yeah, this might be the best Ancient Relic in the game at the moment. That's partially because of the state of the game. I think when there's an Act 4 in Slay the Spire 2, the storybook will fall down a little bit, because that max health penalty will be more relevant. But with the run ending after the second Act 3 boss, the downside is not significant enough yet. Can you play this with only 1 health? I actually don't remember. I feel like you can't go to 0 max health. But it might kill you. It might actually kill you. I'm not sure. I don't think you're allowed to go to 1 health. And just like infinite with Storybook, though. Chat is saying it will kill you. Okay, I believe you will die if you play this with 1 max health. Next up, the Toasty Mittens. Start a turn, exhaust the top card of your draw pile, and gain 1 strength. This thing is wildly inconsistent. Kind of cool in theory. In practice, I think it's a little bit underwhelming. 1 strength per turn really isn't that much. It definitely adds a lot of damage to any multi-hit attack. Silent in particular with shivs or with like Ricochet can benefit a lot from this. But the downside is significant. You run the risk of exhausting key cards, whatever your powers might be, whatever the best card for a given fight is. The Toasty Mittens has a chance to exhaust that. And if a fight goes on too long or you exhaust too many important cards, you risk getting stuck and being unable to win. I feel like if the strength gain was better, maybe 2 strength per turn, this would be a lot better. As it stands, it's really hard to want the Toasty Mittens. I find myself almost never taking this. 1 strength per turn is kind of like a ritual potion. It's a good bonus, but it's not a lot. It really isn't that much. And the bonus takes too many turns to get online. So I think it's a bit weak. What if it gave you 1 strength and dex per turn? That'd be a lot better, for sure. I think in its current form, this is an almost never take for me. I think this is most likely to be an Ancient Relic that we see reworked in the future. Because I think it's too infrequently useful. And too difficult to work around. let's rank the toy box. Upon pickup, you get 4 wax relics. Every 3 combats, your leftmost wax relic will melt away. This is an interesting one. Another one that I think does a lot better on lower Ascension. Key to recognizing the power of the toy box is 2 factors. One, you choose the order that you pick up the relics in, and therefore you can control which one melts first and which one melts last. Secondly, there are a number of relics that have on-pickup effects, like Old Coin, like the Fruit Relics, like Potion Belts. These give you a bonus one time when you take them, and then it doesn't matter if you lose them, because the bonus that they gave you will still apply. So if you get any of those, then you're happy, because you essentially have a permanent relic. But otherwise, your relics will melt away. To get the most out of this, you have to be able to turn the relics that you got into long-term power by doing things like fighting elites in Act 2. For me, this one's pretty inconsistent. I think of this as a rather less good... option from Tez. Definitely one of the things I'm less likely to click on. And I don't think it's that strong overall. But it definitely can be good. It can also just be kind of hot garbage. Sometimes one of the first relic that you take just doesn't do anything before you see it melt away. And that can be rather sad. And yes, you can get both the wax version of a relic and the regular version of the relic at the same time to essentially have 2 of the same relic, which is pretty cool. So you can get a wax potion belt and a real potion belt. Next up is the Hot Cocoa. You get 4 energy at the start of combat. This is kind of good. This is definitely a character-dependent one. Silence likes this a lot with her additional starting draw. Necrobinder likes this a lot with lots of expensive cards. It's really, really, really good if you have Ice Cream. For me, that puts it in needs synergy. This 4 energy on turn 1 is a useful effect, but if you're not positioned to actually spend that energy, then it's kind of crap. So you need to be able to spend this on something, whether that means you're drawing more cards on turn 1 with a relic, or you have some kind of innate expensive card. Like an innate, you could have a royally enchanted X-cost card with this. That'd be kind of cool, right? But I think in order for this to be any good, you have to be able to have some kind of synergy, whether that's card draw synergy or card expense synergy, just something expensive to play on turn 1. So I like it sometimes, but if you're not able to consistently use that energy, maybe you're a defect with a boot sequence, and you don't have Ice Cream, then it wouldn't be very good. So I put it in needs synergy here. The last one is, of course, the Yummy Cookie. You upgrade 4 cards. You get to choose which cards they are for this one. I like this a lot. This is just good. 4 upgrades is good. It's always good, because you choose what you're upgrading. Best part about this relic is that the art varies depending on which character you're playing. This is the one for the Ironclad that we're seeing here. I'll rank it above the candle. And above the soup, actually. I'll rank it at the top of always good here. Yeah, 4 upgrades. Very nice. Not always amazing. Yeah, because the bonus isn't strong enough. Even though it's always, like, beneficial, it's not always so powerful that it is something you want to, like, always consider and take. Yeah. So, always good, but not always amazing. Yeah, it can be a bit low impact. If this is only adding like 3 damage to 4 attacks or 3 block to 4 defense cards, then it might not be good enough. If it's giving you a bunch of card draw and energy reductions, like that can be nice. So those are all of the relics from Tezcatara. Next, we're going to rank everything from Pale. With first up being Pale's Blood. I think this might be my favorite Pale relic. Start of your turn, draw 1 additional card. This is really good. This is really good. There's no downside. This is kind of like if Spire 1 had a relic that just said, gain 1 energy per turn. with no downside. That's kind of what this feels like. It's a boss relic with no downside. Very good. Very good. It's straight out of Monster Trade. That's right. The Master's Blood. Yeah, I like Pale Split a lot. It's best in decks that have a lot of cheap cards, a lot of zero-cost cards, so that you can do that more effectively. I like it on Defect with Turbo and stuff. I like it on Silent with the Draw Discard engine, but again, any character really benefits. One of my favorite parts about the Pale's Blood is then you can then, if you're fighting Knowledge Demon, you can take the draw -1 per turn curse and still feel pretty good. And that fight becomes a lot easier. Pale's Claw is up next. You enchant all your defense with Goopy. That means they exhaust, and they give one more permanent block each time. So the first time you play it, it's 5, then 6, then goes up by 1 each time after that. This is quite good. The benefit is twofold. One, your defense exhaust after playing them one time, so your deck thins itself over the course of a fight. And then 2, you have that like permanent scaling block to benefit from over and over again. My main problem with Pale's Claw is that it offers no immediate benefit at the start of Act 2. In your first fight of Act 2, you're essentially dealing with normal defense. Defense that exhausts, which could even be worse. So that can be a little tricky. That prevents this from being an always amazing relic, but I think it is always good. I'll put it below Soup. I like Soup. I like Soup a lot, yeah. Next up is Pale's Eye. First time each combat, we end your turn without playing cards, exhaust your hand, and take another turn. So to understand how to use Pale's Eye, you have to understand 2 pieces of value that it's giving you. One is exhausting your hand and drawing a new hand. So you kind of mulligan your turn. This can allow you to get out of a situation where you drew no defense. And it can also just allow you to remove a bunch of bad cards. This has some really good value in a couple specific fights. Fights that add a bunch of statuses to your hand. Like the Twin Might fight in Act 2, where they give you the toxic cards. And it can also pay off later against Mechanite when you get 4 burns added directly to your hand. You can then just end your turn in both of those situations, delete the statuses. The problem is that you also have to delete every other card in your hand, so if you happen to draw a card you really wanted to play, then you're out of luck. One of the things to recognize is that this does exhaust cards before they activate, so this can get rid of bad luck, which is kind of cool. The other benefit that this gives you is activating all of your per-turn effects. You get another turn, and that means anything that happens at the beginning of your turn will happen in an additional time. So Mercury Hourglass will activate an additional time, Stone Calendar will increase the counter, Happy Flower will increment, all that sort of stuff will go off. Any powers you have, like Infinite Blades, will make a Shiv. Orbs will activate their effects. And yes, you can save energy with Ice Cream, so this is also very good with Ice Cream. This is one of the few ways to get rid of the Enthralled Curse from Vaku in Act 3. I don't think enemy debuffs activate, so I don't think this is poison damage, right? Anyway, Pale's Eye is a little esoteric. I think this is also potentially something that's going to get reworked. Although it does have some uses, as we just mentioned. It's an active use relic. You have to deliberately remember that you have this and then intentionally use it, which is already an obstacle that makes it tricky. I think for me, this is an almost never tier boss reward here. I could also see it going in inconsistent, but it's a combination of hard to use and awkward that makes it very difficult to properly use. I haven't had many runs or wins with the Pale's Eye. I'm interested in trying to get more, but yeah, it's tough. Again, the main problem with it is that even if there are like turns that are bad, turns you didn't draw any block, there's also a good chance you drew a key power or something on that turn, and then you're caught in a situation where you either play the power and take a bunch of damage because you don't use your Ancient Reward, or you do use the Ancient Reward, you lose the power, and then you have a bigger problem in the fight. So it's tough. It's really tough. It's also really bad with Retain. So if you've got well-laid plans or anything, then ugh. Tough. So that's why it's going in bottom tier. Next up is going to be Pale's Flesh. You get energy every turn, starting on turn 3. This is pretty good. There's no downside other than the lack of an upside on the first 2 turns. If you already have bonuses on turn 1 or turn 2, like if you have Lantern or Candelabra, then that helps a lot. Yeah, this is definitely going in always good. It gets better if you can overcome those first couple turns, but most decks in Spire 2 are able to hang around for a couple of turns, no problem. Put this above Soup. Actually, let's put this at the top of always good. It's a good bonus. It's a good bonus. Yeah, I like it a lot. You have to be aware of your vulnerability on the first couple turns, but if you can overcome that, then there's really nothing to hate about Pale's Flesh. Pale's Growth. This one's tough. This one's tough to rank. This one's rare. This is rarer than other rewards from Pale. And its usefulness varies a lot. Clone is very fun. I think this is one of my favorite Ancient Relics design-wise. But I've only had one winning clone run in like 500 hours, which is kind of telling. Yeah, very definition of needs synergy. So it's a little bit more than that, too. So when the key to understanding how clone works, by the way, is that each time you take the duplicate action at a rest site, you duplicate every card that has clone. So you go from 1 card with clone to 2 cards with clone to 4 to 8 to 16 to 32 to 64 and so on. I've seen run histories with 512 copies of the cloned card. So the number of cards can get out of control. But in order to use clone properly, you have to recognize a card that scales well with many copies. Some really obvious ones are Adrenaline on Silent and Big Bang on Regent, where you just get infinite card draw on energy, and then you can do whatever you want. You can also do Clone Neurosurge on Necrobinder, but that can really have a big, difficult problem against the test subject as an Act 3 boss. You gotta be careful with that. Clone Offering would be very funny. I would love to see Clone Offering. Clone Afterimage. Perfected Strike is another really good one. There's a bunch of other more unusual ones that I've heard of people winning with. Clone Stone Armor, Clone Mayhem, Clone Spinner I've heard of. So you can be a bit creative with what you get here. The other problem with Pale's Growth is that this is one of those ancient rewards that gives you nothing when you take it, right? Like you take Pale's Growth at the start of Act 2 and you have the exact same deck you just beat the boss with. So how do your opening fights in Act 2 go? Usually not well. That's what I've discovered. I take Clone, and then Act 2 just kind of like beats me around the face a bunch. And then I get to the rest site, and I'm on low health. So can I clone the card? No, I can't. I have to rest. So that makes Pale's Growth rather map-dependent. I think you really want to be able to get to a bunch of rest sites in Act 2 and have a good clone target. I guess that is needs synergy for sure. The power potential for Pale's Clone is very high, but I think it's very unlikely to get picked. I could even see this being like realistically ranked in almost never. But realistically, I like the concept of Clone too much to put it in the bottom tier. So I will pity rank Clone as needs synergy, but it is pity. It is pity. Next up is Pale's Horn. Get 2 copies of Relax. Relax says block for 15. It's a 3-cost card. Block for 15. Next turn, draw 2 more cards, gain 2 more energy. So it's a huge block card that gives you a delayed energy and draw effect. And then the upgraded version of Relax is 17 block, next turn draw 3, get 3 energy. The Relaxes are tough. They're a one-time use per fight only. So you have a limited amount of utility. I find them quite useful in shorter fights, hallway combats. But they really want to be upgraded. So they're better if you have an egg relic. They're better if you can play them for free somehow. I like them with corruption, for example. But you can't have corruption before you take these. But yeah, if you can find a way to play them for free, they're a lot better. Maybe Mummified Hand. The classes that like Relax, I imagine Necrobinder probably does. I imagine Silent can kind of enjoy it too. Those would be my nominations for best character, Necrobinder and Silent, but there could be some others, potentially. Yeah, works with Pounce. Works with Snecko Eye, or fake Snecko Eye, even. This is another almost never for me, though. Ultimately, I find the fact that they're one-time use makes them very weak. And you really struggle in boss fights, especially after taking Pale's Horn. I will rank it above the Eye. And above the Mittens. But below Seal of Gold. Yeah, I think I'd rather take Seal of Gold over Relax. That's pretty telling. That's pretty telling. So they are not highly regarded by me. And worse, the card art is boring. Terrible. I would love to see some Ascension 10 Relax runs. I have to look those up. Next up is Pale's Legion. This one's quite good. Double the block gain from a card, then go to sleep for 2 turns. So you get double block from one card every other turn. The bigger your blocks are, the better this is. This is really good with 2-cost blocks, especially Glitter Stream on Regent. But there are a number of other good targets for this. This is good enough that I could easily put it in S tier. I might put it at the top of the always good tier. But I could also see this being always amazing. This is always quite good, usually. Pale's Legion is at its worst if you have only blocks that block for 5. That's kind of where it can struggle. But once you've got a block, like one block that blocks for at least 8, it starts to become really good. I'll put it at the top of always good. Yeah, it's good. Isn't that the definition of need synergy? Yeah, but when the synergy is a defend plus, you can call it always good. Next up, Pale's Tears. If you end your turn with unspent energy, gain additional energy on the next turn, specifically 2 more energy. So in practice, this works to give you 2 energy on turn 1 and then 4 energy every other turn. Because you still want to, if you want to leave one unspent, so you have 2 energy turn 1, 4 energy turn 2, 4 energy turn 3, and so on and so on. But it's a little bit different, though, because you have more flexibility. It's kind of like bread. The thing is that you have more control. For a couple of reasons. Yeah, it's 5 energy in a pinch. You can spend all 5 energy on one turn. Realistically, you always want to do this on the last turn of combat, right? The turn where you win, you should probably just spend all your energy to do that. So this can let you win earlier one turn by having more energy to spend on that one turn. You can also do something like spend 2, then spend 5, then spend 2, then spend 5. You just like go back and forth depending on your draws. That could be fun with Pocket Watch. And then Pale's Tears has insane synergy with Ice Cream because if you have unspent energy, then you get to keep that unspent energy and you get 2 more energy per turn. So with Ice Cream, this is just 2 energy per turn, which is ludicrous. Ludicrous with Ice Cream. The main thing for this is that you have to be able to afford to take that initial hit. You have to be able to afford to short your energy on turn 1, usually. That makes it kind of need synergy for me. I think it is quite good, though. I could see ranking this either in always good or in needs synergy, depending on your interpretation. I would definitely put it at the top of the needs synergy pack if it was there. But yeah, energy's good. I would struggle to put this in always amazing if just because of the weaker turn 1 that you're required to make. Well, you're not required to make it. That's the thing, though, right? Like, if you want all your energy on turn 1, you can just spend it. I think we'll put it next to a Pale's Flesh. I think that's the smart thing to do here. It has a faster payoff than the Flesh, so I'm going to take it in above Pale's Flesh. Okay. 2 more. Pale's Tooth here. Upon pickup, remove 5 cards from your deck, and then after each combat, randomly get 1 back upgraded. So this is the bridge between Tezcatara's upgrade 4 and Orobus's upgrade 6. We have an upgrade 5. You choose what the cards are upgraded, but you get them back slowly. So it's a delayed upgrade 5. And you have to play some fights without the cards you're getting upgraded. That means you can't just choose your 5 best cards that need upgrades, because you might not be able to win fights without them. So you have to be more deliberate. Pale's Tooth is at its best when you get some additional benefit for adding a card to your deck. So if you have Book of 5 Rings, this will heal you for 20. If you have the Weird Fish, then you get 15 gold for each card getting added back to the deck. If you have... the Fresnel Lens from Underdogs Act 1, then any block card that gets re-added to your deck will be enchanted with Nimble and get +2 block. And that's probably one of the best uses for Pale's Tooth, is to enchant stuff with the Fresnel Lens. You can also find Bing Bong during Act 2 and then double add the upgraded cards to your deck. The problem with that, though, is that you will never have Bing Bong when you're being offered the tooth, so you can't plan around that, right? Like, that can only be something lucky you stumble upon, but it's never something you can consider when taking the Pale's Tooth. So that's a bit of a downer, sadly. I think this one goes in inconsistent here for me. It's 5 upgrades, which can be good, but the manner in which the cards are given to you makes that a little bit tricky to work around. The potential for good synergy with relics is significant, though, so that's nice. But yeah, the first fight after the boss is definitely tough if you take Pale's Tooth. So again, something important to consider is don't remove the cards you're going to need for the hallway fights. So you do have to be somewhat ahead of the curve. Speaking of ahead of the curve, last up is going to be Pale's Wing, where you can sacrifice your card awards to Pale, getting a relic every time you make 2 sacrifices. This is unfortunately another ancient relic that does not help you in that first combat, or the second combat, usually. This is ridiculously good if you have Prayer Wheel, or any other way to get more cards, like the Hunt on Silent. I enjoy this a lot, but it does have its struggles. Not sure where to rank this. This isn't always good. Synergy isn't quite what this needs. You need front load. I guess that makes it inconsistent. This is the same tier as Black Star, for the record. This is like Black Star. I think it's better than Black Star, usually. The other problem with Pale's Wing is that if you see cards that are good, you have to not take them or something. Or you have to not get relics. So yeah, you scale when you skip, but if you're not skipping, then you're not doing well. With Pale's Wing, I think it's much more valuable to buy cards, because then you can skip more cards. So taking Pale's Wing and then buying cards instead of buying relics is reasonable. I'm going to put this at the top of inconsistent. I think it's often good, but it does take time to get going and does require you to already be established. That's why it's inconsistent. Because you can't just take this and then do well. You have to already be winning fights. And if you're not already winning the fights, then you're not going to do well. All right, that's all the relics of Pale Ranked. Now we do Orobos. Starting with the Alchemical Coffer. Get 4 potion slots with potions in them. 4 potions, 4 potion slots. I love this thing. This is awesome. I don't know if it's always amazing, but it's at least always good. There's some fun synergies you can get with this. This is insane if you've got an Entropic Brew. This is insane if you get the Fron from Nonu in Act 3. It allows you to save so many potions for the bosses. This is another one that does require you to be somewhat established. Like, if your deck is weak and you take this, then you'll have to burn the potions quickly, and then you won't have any potions. And then once you're out of potions, this isn't helping you. So you can spiral and die if your deck isn't strong enough, but that's probably happening already. I think I'll put it in Always Amazing. I'll put it below Pale's Blood, but I think it's great. Very good. That might be where Archaic Tooth ends as well. Archaic Tooth says, upon pickup, transform a starting card into its ancient version. This one's a little bit variable per character. Some of these ancient cards are better than others. Ironclad gets Break, which is a 1-cost version of Bash that does massive damage. Like 20 upgraded to 30 damage and 5 upgraded to 7 vulnerable, something like that. Very, very good. Break is insane. Break is OP. Silent gets Suppress, which is basically a super backstab. Your neutralize becomes innate and applies tons of weaken. That's also very good, because your enemies are permanently weakened. Regent gets Meteor Shower, I think it's called, yeah. Which is an area effect version of Falling Star that hits, that applies 2 weaken, 2 vuln to everybody. It's quite good. Necrobinder gets Protector, which scales with Osti's max health instead of Unleash scaling with current health. You can also upgrade it to cost 0. Defect upgrades dual cast into quad cast. It's like it's twice as good as dual cast. Quad cast is awesome. So I think depending on which character you're playing, this is maybe either Always Amazing or Always Good. I think it's Always Amazing on most of the characters. I think with Necro being perhaps the weakest. I'm going to stick it at the very top of Always Good. Yeah, this is one of those ones we could rank by character. Shrimp is a good example of one that's definitely going to vary per character. But that would be 5 times as many tier lists, so we might do that eventually, but not right now. Let's rank Driftwood instead here. You can reroll each card reward once. This one's tough. Yet another bonus that gives you nothing right away. And then actually getting value out of Driftwood is interesting. Consider this. You're only benefiting from the Driftwood if you, A, don't take a card you're offered initially from the card reward, and then B, do take a card you're offered after the reroll. If you reroll your skip and it's still a skip, you get no value, right? And if you take a card initially, you'll also get no value. The value of this is definitely dependent on your player skill. The better you are as a player, the more you'll know when to reroll and what to take. And seeing card rewards definitely can be more valuable. I like this a lot if you've got an Egg Relic. I like this a lot if you've got Prayer Wheel. But if you don't have those things, I don't think it's very good. I would put this in either inconsistent or needs synergy. I think just inconsistent. I really don't like the Driftwood very much. And I found that I don't feel very strong when I do take it. We have one with it, but I'm not a huge fan. Yeah, rerolling is a little different because you do affect things like your rare chance. So it's not quite the same as just skipping in the first place, but it's if in terms of how your deck changes for that floor, it is effectively the same. But yeah, there is some like meta changes that happen. I do also have a personal distaste to Driftwood, but even that aside, it is just kind of on the weak side by Ancient Relic standards. Again, suffering the same problem of you don't get any immediate benefit, which is where a lot of the good ones are at, right? Storybook, Big Hug, Pale's Blood, Alchemical Coffer. These all benefit you a lot instantly. So they make your fights go better right away. Same with all of these as well, except for Pale's Claw. Pale's Claw is the only thing that has no immediate upside here in the top 2 tiers. Speaking of immediate upside, Electric Shrimp is all immediate upside. You choose a skill, and at the start of each combat, you play that skill. This is... I'm going to put this right into Needs Synergy. This is, by definition, Needs Synergy. Right above Pale's Growth here. Shrimp is very good if you have a high-cost skill, and it's kind of useless otherwise. So some of the best hits are 3-cost or X-cost skills. So we're talking Cascade on Ironclad, Reanimate on Necrobinder, Decisions is a high-cost skill on Regent, Smith, yeah, star-costed skills. You don't pay the cost of the card, so the higher the card cost, the better. Shockwave, that's a colorless card. I like that one. Shockwave. You cannot Shrimp Relax because they'd be offered at the same time by the same Ancient Reward. So that's not possible. You can put it on a big block card like Reflect or Flame Barrier or Glacier. Shrimp Glacier is not bad. I guess you can Shrimp Voltaic. That sounds terrible, though. Shrimp on Nightmare could be funny. Shrimp on Charge lets you get rid of anything in the draw pile. Shrimp Charge sounds pretty good, actually. Shrimp End of Days is very fun. That instantly wins a lot of fights in Act 2. Shrimp Stoke. I love that idea. Now that's advanced gambling. Okay, so we got to get a run where you Act 1 you Shrimp Stoke, or act at the beginning of Act 2 you have Stoke Shrimp, and then Act 3 you give the reins to Vaku, and then Vaku plays your Stoke hand. Good luck. Have fun. I want to see that run. Just make random cards and let Vaku play them. See what happens. Should be a good time. All right, Glass Eye. Upon pickup, you get 2 common card rewards, 2 uncommon card rewards, and 1 rare card. This is kind of like Driftwood in that it is just a bunch more card rewards, but it's not like Driftwood in that it gives you immediate value. I think it's still kind of bad. Yeah, just a bunch of cards doesn't provide what you're looking for, usually. Yeah, I'm going to put this just above Driftwood. I don't like it that much. Boringest Ancient Relic. Yeah, it's like Orrery. We used to have Orrery as a boss relic in the first game, and that's kind of what this is. You look at a bunch of cards. If you have Egg Relics, it could be better. If there's a particular rare that you need to make a combination out of, like you need a good target for your Nightmare that you just picked up or something, maybe. But I don't know. Yeah, there's a reason Orrery got demoted in Spire 1, and this feels kind of in the same boat. I think it would be too good if all the cards were upgraded, definitely. You could maybe make it like 3 upgraded cards. That I would like, yeah. Make it 1 common, 1 uncommon, 1 rare, and they're all upgraded. That'd be cool. I would like that. Yeah, why'd you pick up the Nightmare if you have no targets? Good question. Next up is the Prismatic Gem. You get energy every turn, but... And it's important to phrase this as but. Card rewards now contain cards from other colors. That is a downside. You get energy every turn, but your card rewards are worse. I guess this is also, by definition, inconsistent. It's a cool relic. It's very fun. It can be quite bad, but it can also be really strong. Chat says, S tier on Ironclad, awkward on everybody else. It definitely a character dependent, right? Like, how much do the value of the other characters' cards help you? You can definitely make some very interesting, very unique decks by picking this. So the fun value is very high on this. But yeah, I think I have to rank this as inconsistent. I'll put it below the wing. I like it. I like it a lot, but is it good? I'm not sure. But it is very fun. It is very fun. Next up is Radiant Pearl. Start of each combat, put a Luminescence into your hand, which is a retaining 2 energy skill. So this is essentially 2 energy on 1 turn of your choosing. That alone is always good. Amazing? No, but always good. Radiant Pearl is at its best when it's helping you get an important card into play. Like if you've got a 3-cost power you need to play, this is a really nice way to help you play it. And then you just kind of like do normal stuff afterwards. Can be good with an X-cost card. You can get more energy if you can upgrade this with something like armaments. I think it's quite good. I think it's on the low side of always good. I'll put it above the Pale's Claw and the Soup. I'll put it above Soup. And Cookie, actually. Yeah, I'll put it below Flesh, but above Cookie. I think it's good. It's a good relic. I've liked the runs I have it a lot. And it does have some synergies, like if you've got Cloak Clasp, you get 1 more block per turn by having it retained, for example. With Burning Sticks, you can get another copy of it. And if you have Razor Fang Burning Sticks, you get an upgraded copy of it back. That's pretty cool. Yeah, that's a cool synergy. That's very good. I often say that my favorite energy relic in Spire 2 of the Lantern relics, that is the 2 energy on turn 2 one. And the Radiant Pearl can be exactly that if you want it to be. It can also be energy on turn 1. Next up, we'll rank the Sandcastle. Which upgrades 6 cards at random. That random part is a bit of a problem. We had a really good Sandcastle recently where I only had 1 strike in the deck. But if you're seeing Sandcastle with 4 or 5 strikes in the deck, it's kind of crap. Because you are very likely to upgrade a bunch of starting cards. The random upgrades are likely to be pretty good, and you almost always benefit from upgrades. 6 is a big number, though, yeah. And the more random upgrades you have, the better it gets. So I really like this alongside, for example, Fishing Rod. Or any other source of random upgrades. But yeah, it is by its nature inconsistent. I'll put it just below the gem, I think. I think it's good, but not great. Again, the inconsistent tier doesn't mean it's bad, per se. But it means that it's not always good. One of my favorite now is Sea Glass. Choose 15 cards from another character and choose any number of them to add to your deck. Honestly, they could make Glass Eye work a lot better if it was like this. Yeah, this would be a big boon to Glass Eye. If you just made it work where you can take as many as you want out of all the cards you saw. Specifically, this gives you 5 commons, 5 uncommons, and 5 rares. So you can always add a bunch of rare cards to your deck, which is pretty strong, and they're all from the same character, which allows you to build a bit of a synergy package. Yeah, I think this is always good. The more I think about how this works, the more I like it a lot. It's showing you the same number of cards as Glass Eye, but the manner in which you're allowed to take them is so much better. And so that makes it a lot better. So I think you could just fix Glass Eye. It also shows you more rare cards, right? Like, Glass Eye shows you 3 rare cards. This gives you 5. That is better. That is just better. I think it's kind of low in the always good tier, but I think it's good. Put it above the Pumpkin Kettle. And then lastly of the Ouroboros boons, Touch of Ouroboros. Replace your starting relic with an ancient version. This one is probably the most character dependent because it is literally by character. It kind of feels weird to rank this on a unified tier list, but I'll do my best. So the Ironclad gets Black Blood, twice as much healing. The Silent gets draw 2 extra cards on the first 3 turns instead of the first turn. The Regent gets 7 stars instead of 3 stars. They just buffed it to 7. The Regent version of this just got a buff. The Necrobinder gets 5 summon, actually 7 summon on turn 1, and then 2 summon per turn. The Necro version's very good. I would say Necro version's always amazing, actually. And then Defect gets 3 Lightning Orbs and makes their Lightning Orbs do more damage. Kind of feel like, yeah, this is probably a needs synergy. With like an asterisk that Necrobinder is in the top tier. I'll put it above the Pale's Growth. But yeah, I don't like it very much on Regent or Defect. It's only okay on Ironclad. I think it's better for lower Ascension Ironclad when you're not trying to fight 2 bosses at the end of Act 3. And just getting to the one boss with a lot of health is valuable. So overall, not that great, but not too bad. So those are all the standard Ancient Relics that you can get at the beginning of Act 2, but there is one more Ancient that can show up occasionally, and his name is Darv. So we're going to rank Darv's offerings when offered to you at the beginning of Act 2. Let's talk about these. The Astrolabe. Transform 3 cards, upgrade them. I love this thing. Astrolabe is one of the best boss relics in the first game, in my opinion. It's still very good. I'm going to put it right to the top. So Darv is special because Darv can appear in either Act 2 or Act 3. And which act you see Darv in will vary which offerings you get. So there are different relics being offered in Act 2 and Act 3. Slightly. Specifically, the energy relics are different. We'll talk on that in a moment. Black Star gives you an extra relic per elite you defeat. Black Star is definitely better if you get it in Act 2 than if Act 3. It's not always amazing. The main problem with Black Star is if you cannot actually overcome the elites initially, then it's not that good. I said it would be in the same tier as Pale's Wing. I'm not sure that's actually true. I guess I will put it there. I'll put it above or alongside Pale's Wing. So Black Star, when it's working, is really good. You get lots of relics, but if you're not in a position to fight those elites without added strength, then the Black Star doesn't give you any benefit until you kill at least one elite. That's the main problem with Black Star, right? You don't get any benefit from this until you've already beaten one elite. And then at that point, you only get one relic. So you have to be able to overcome that initial challenge. If you're strong enough or front-loaded enough, then it's great. But if you're not, then it's terrible. Kind of win Mori, yeah. Spire 2's Act 2 is definitely very threatening, so decks that are underperforming can very much nosedive very quickly. Calling Bell. Get a unique curse and 3 random relics. I don't know if it's still 1 common, 1 uncommon, and 1 rare relic in this game, or if it's 3 fully random relics. It was good in the first game. Well, I wouldn't say good. It was okay in the first game, partially because of that guaranteed rare relic. I wouldn't call it great. I think this might be an inconsistent tier. Still 1 of each? Okay, so the guaranteed rare relic's pretty cool. But an unremovable curse is a little stinky. And if you don't get relics that are helpful, then this can set you back. I think in general, the relic pool is a bit better in Spire 2, though, so you're less likely to brick. I'm going to put it just below Black Star in the inconsistent tier. Dusty Tome gives you an ancient card. The Darv ancient cards are special. For the original, for the characters that are from Spire 1, you get a card they had in Spire 1. in its upgraded form. So Bias Cognition plus for the Defect, Corruption plus for the Ironclad, Wraith Form plus for the Silent. Those are all quite good. On Necrobinder, you get the Forbidden Grimoire, which can remove a card at the end of every fight, which is good, but has that's the usual problem of doesn't give you immediate value. And what does Regent get? Regent gets the Sealed Throne, which is ridiculous, although it did get nerfed. Sealed Throne being a power that gives you a star every time you play a card. I think in all cases, yeah, this is definitely in the needs synergy tier. I think it's pretty good overall. I'll put it above Shrimp. But it's a little sad. That it's no longer an 8. Let's see. So the energy relic star gives you are different. In Act 2, it's Ectoplasm and Sozu. Okay, so we'll rank Ecto and Sozu. Ectoplasm. Prevents you from gaining gold. I like this a little bit more than Seal of Gold, but only a little bit. This is not a relic I actually think I've taken in Spire 2. It just gets offered so rarely that I haven't had a chance to see it. That kind of makes it almost never tier. I think it's not that bad in this game. With the lack of an Act 4, the lost gold isn't as impactful. And you can spend any gold that you have when you take it. So yeah, I like it more than Seal of Gold. I'll put it in Inconsistence, I think. Right next to Prismatic Gem. Solid, but not the best. Also, a lot of Darv's other offerings are kind of amazing. Yeah. Empty Cage. Remove 2 cards in the deck. It's a no-nonsense remove relic. It's not that many removes, but it's still good. I think this is an always good relic. Not amazing by any stretch, but solidly strong. Pretty powerful. Boring, definitely. Definitely boring. It was a boring relic in the first game. It's still boring. It's fine, but it's boring. Doesn't make you that much stronger either, but just dunking 2 strikes does make you a lot more consistent. So it's nice. Problem is that it's overshadowed by its bigger brothers Astrolabe, and then of course Pandora's Box, which just transforms every strike and defend you have. See, I'm worried what you heard was transform a lot of strikes and defends. What I said was transform every strike and defend that you have. It's awesome. One of the best relics in the game. Probably better than Big Hug. On every character. You tend to love Pandora's Box. It is possible to transform into a bunch of crappy cards and lose. That does happen, but more frequently you transform into a bunch of good cards and instantly win, like way more frequently. So Pandora's Box is crazy good, and it only gets better if you have a relic that synergizes with it. That is the fish. The fish will give you money per card you transform. If you have if you have egg relics, all of the bacon and eggs that exist, then you will upgrade any cards that are of the appropriate type. So Pandora's Box has a pretty high floor and a really, really high ceiling. Absolutely ridiculous. Heals you if you've got Book of 5 rings. Let's rank Sozu next. Gain energy every turn, but you can no longer obtain potions. This one is interesting. I like this more than Ecto, I think. I have not actually had a Sozu run in Spire 2, so I can't really speak to this very well. Feels weird to rank this if I've never even used it. But it says a lot that in 500 hours of Spire 2, I've never used this. I'm going to put it in Needs Synergy. Sozu's great if you have good potions already. You get to keep any good potions you already have. So if you have potions that are good, then Sozu can be quite nice. Sozu is also really good if you can use the energy to start winning fights without having to use your potions. So if you've got a deck that appreciates energy, then you might not need potions once you have the energy. There are more potion-related relics in Spire 2. The toad, the reptile trinket. But I still like the Sozu a fair bit. Yeah, the mailbox. At least there's no Sacred Bark. That's something I don't miss, is Sacred Bark. Sozu will make Alchemize worthless. That's correct. So yeah, if you have Alchemize, it's pretty bad. So I'm putting it in needs synergy. The synergy being you either have good potions that you can keep to the end of the game, or your deck will perform well such that it doesn't need potions if you have energy. And yeah, that will stop you from getting potion-shaped rocks as well. Save the best for last here, the legendary duo Pyramid. Runic Pyramid says, at end of turn, you no longer discard your hand. Pyramid was incredible in the first game. I think it's even better in Spire 2, as you're more likely to build a deck that has like zero-cost cards or energy-generating cards, both of which make Pyramid incredible. So right to the top of S tier. Pyramid is so good, so powerful, always amazing. If you know how to use it, hand clog can be a problem. You do have to build your deck around the Runic Pyramid once you get it. But getting it at the start of Act 2 means you have more time to do that. So, very nice. Yeah, Pyramid's incredible, in my opinion. It makes energy upgrades insane. It makes card draw pretty good. And it makes any card that's like synergistic with other cards or conditional kind of good. Cards that only want to be played on certain turns get a lot better when you can control what turn you play them on. It's kind of a way to look at it. Yeah, most good as long as you don't have any active anti-synergy. And anti-synergy is what you might have with Snecko-Eye, the final returning relic that you can get at the beginning of Act 2. You get 2 more cards each turn, but you start combat confused. That means your cards are randomly 0, 1, 2, or 3 cost. And that makes this a little difficult to take. The upside is the draw 2 per turn. The downside is the confusion. But if you can work around that, then the Snecko-Eye is very powerful. Snecko-Eye does not change the star cost of cards. This is another one that's very dependent on your class, actually. Snecko-Eye is, I think, always amazing on Necrobinder. Like, genuinely better than Pyramid on Necrobinder. But it's very bad on Regent. I think it's good on Clad, good on Defect, and pretty good on Silent, with the right deck. Silent often has a lot of zero-cost cards. But this one, I think, goes into need synergy. If you have good, expensive cards, or a way to look at a lot of cards, then Snecko-Eye is incredible. If you have a bunch of zero-cost cards, it might be terrible. If you're generating new cards that go in the draw pile, like Souls, it might be terrible too. So it's a bit variable, and that's why it's going into need synergy, but it's the top of the need synergy tier, because it is probably one of the most powerful relics in that tier in terms of how much stronger it can make your run. Again, under the right conditions, Snecko-Eye is better than anything in S tier, but that's only under the right conditions. And with that, we've got all of the relics that you can get at the beginning of Act 2 ranked. Here's our combined tier list with everything. I'll even hide my face real quick so you can see the full thing here. Again, I do intend to include a permanent link to this in the description of the video here on the YouTube. If you liked this video, let me know what your favorite Act 2 Ancient Reward is. What's the most fun thing for you to get offered in Spire 2? For me, it's Clone. Clone is the one I always want to see but never do, and then when I do see it, I don't get to pick it. But I really want to be able to get clones that are cool. So let me know what your favorite is, and if you want to see more videos like this, don't forget to subscribe to the channel to see more tier lists, more breakdowns, more gameplay of Slay the Spire 2. Thank you so much for watching, and I'll catch you all on the flip side. Ta-ta. All right, chat, there's all the Act 2 Ancient Rewards ranked. We've been yapping for like 2 hours now. I think I'm done yapping. I still want to make a tier list for the other ancient rewards. What's up, Merle, by the way? Thank you for the raid. I'm sorry I didn't thank you during the when that happened, but I was in YouTube recording mode. But yes, thank you for dropping everybody off here while we ranked these Act 2 ancients. And again, a lot of these do vary per character. So realistically, you kind of want to make a separate tier list for every character going into Act 2, but then that's, instead of 2 hours of tier list, that's 10 hours of tier list, so I'm not quite up to that at the moment. I'm not even up to the 3rd hour of tier listing for the Act 3 Ancients, but we'll do that again soon. Let me marker this. Turns out there's a crap load of relics in this game. We're going to have to rank all the common, uncommon, and rare relics, too, at some point. I have too many videos to make. Struggle with coffer. You find you bleed your potions too much, and then you have 4 empty slots. Is that a skill issue? Yeah, I think... I mean, it's a real problem. It's part of why the coffer can be a little bit of a trap, which I did mention. If your deck is not able to win fights without burning through potions excessively, then you can really run into a situation. Something you should think about with coffer, though, is deliberately going to a shop and just being willing to buy 2 or even 3 potions just to restock. So, something you should consider is rationing your money to get more potions. Game going to come out of early access before I get done with all the early access tier lists? That's okay. That's infinite content. And yeah, I think it's going to be a separate video for each relic tier. I don't want to try to rank all the relics at the same time. Do you know how many relics there are in this game? There's so many relics. Oh my god. There's like 50 rare relics alone. It'll take me over an hour to talk about them all. So much. So many relics. It's too many relics. I mean, people do like this, the like 4-hour YouTube tier lists, I guess, for other games, so maybe it's fine. And yeah, the game will be, genuinely, I think the game will be in early access long enough we can kind of finish all these. Early access is going to go on for at least another year, I'm sure. Possibly more. So we have a long time. But if they keep adding stuff, then I'll have to keep making new videos. Ugh. But no, I would like to now play the actual video game. So we're going to set up to do that. I'll make Act 3 Ancient tier lists next week. But for now, I want to play some video games. I don't know if anybody noticed, by the way, but that was I had Spire 1 running for the menu music during the video. I don't know if people caught that was not the Spire 2 menu music. It was the Spire 1 menu music, but it was. I think it's better to talk over. Okay, here's the Spire 2 music. As we switch over to the Spire. I'm so small now. Shout out to video games. Shout outs to games that are made of video. So, apparently I'm on a 10 streak. Did you know that? I'm on a 10 streak. Oh, we get to play Clad. Yeah, I want to play Clad. It's Clad time. Favorite character in Spire 2? The Defect. Defect, so cool. This card is so cool. But yeah, we're going to clap some nerds as the Ironclad. Before that happens, though, I do need a break here, Twitch chat. I need some water after yapping for 2 hours. So I'll be back in a bit to play, hopefully run 11 of the win streak. We'll see. BRB. Alright, chat, we're back. Thanks for hanging out. So we have Clad on the docket here for 11 in a row. That's pretty cool. Big number fun, that's right. And nobody exemplarizes big number better than Ironclad. By the way, Uncle TM, thanks for the tier 1 sub. Sushi Smoker with the prime sub. And Nathas with the prime sub. Thank you all for your support. Oh, look at that. We got 2 top tier ranked Neow bonuses being offered here. We're in Overgrowth. You can fight lots of elites. I like it. Hospital, thanks for the prime sub and 40 months of support. So is it Crucible or is it File Holster? I guess I'll have more relics if I take the File Holster. I should be able to do 3 elites either way, right? So we end up with more relics if I go File Holster. That sounds like I take the File Holster over the Crucible. I am kind of into that. Heart of Iron Explosive Ampule, sure. And then my hope is to follow this path. We get a bunch of upgrades early and late elites. Looks perfect. Yeah, looks perfect to me. Bonk, bonk. There's no way I can avoid taking 3 damage here, so I'm just going to defend 1 time rather than twice. That way 3 strikes will kill on this turn if I happen to draw it. I don't happen to draw it. Oh well. We're down a little bit of health as a result. That's alright. Early Tremble versus Bloodwall. I don't hate an early Tremble. Let's try an early Tremble. Ooh, and Transformer upgrade a card. With Tremble in the deck, I don't feel like upgrade Bash is that good. I don't really want to upgrade Tremble either. I think that means I'm transforming a Strike here. Turn Strike into Burning Pact. That's actually worse in the short term. It's a nice card overall, though. It's a card draw card. We love card draw. Card draw would be good here. I want to draw these strikes. I could play Strike rather than playing Bash, but I'm going to play Bash. Do I think they'll add more Act 1 Ancients? I don't know, actually. That is a good question. Lorp. Perfect Strike is worse because we're down a strike. It's still okay, though. You could take Setup Strike. It got buffed. Slightly. Slightly buffed. Take P-Strike. Face down the Nibbit. Tempting use for the Heart of Iron, actually. I'm gonna do it. Feels bad to use a potion in the early pool combats, but it does feel... We're fairly likely to get a new potion, and it's a good way to save a bunch of health here, so I'm gonna do it. Second. Perfected strike. Okay, now we're getting somewhere. Somewhere perfect. Oh no. Oh, this fight's not good. Hmm. Well, huh? I'm concerned. Guess I can do 12 this turn, 12 next turn. That's not too bad. Question is, can I kill this thing in time? Yes. Cool. Okay, that went well. Okay, that went well. We get a dismantle. Dismantle's great because it hits twice with big damage as long as they're vuln, and we have multiple ways to apply vuln. So dismantle's solid here. And now I feel like we're strong enough for this elite to go well, right? We get to upgrade a card and then destroy. We upgrade perfected strike. Yeah, the clad is cladding. That is face tanking his way through a bunch of fights to get strong enough to start just face rolling a bunch of fights instead. But what if the first fight was the bird and your opening draw was the bad? What then would you do? I would drink a skill potion and become invincible. That sounds good to me. Hey there, Aaron. We actually didn't rank Nonu today as I wanted to get to some playing, so we only ranked the Act 2 Ancients and Neow. It's a tempting cure-all for like 15 health. It's not guaranteed though, right? Might only be for 5 health, depending on the draw. I'd have to draw one of the damage cards. Bash would kill, right? 12. Yeah, Bash would kill. I'll do it. Ah. Okay, fair enough. Also, I didn't have enough energy. No, that was stupid. I miscounted. I thought it was 2 energy. No, it's 2 cards, 1 energy. Never mind. It was dumb. Bad potion. Bad. Get a Venerable Tea set. When we enter a rest site, start the next combat with 2 energy. That is well-timed, sort of. Kind of. I don't like Terra Sunder very much. Could take a second win, maybe. I guess the Twin Strike's not horrible with 2 Perfected Strikes, but I'm going to skip these. We have plus 2 energy during the chest. Oh, we have plus 300 gold during the chest. Ooh, I might have to go to the shop instead of fighting the elite. That's a lot of money. That is some big cash money. And yet, what if I was too strong? Yeah, might. Honestly, I might not, though, right? If I'm winning Act 1 without going to the shop, I'm not going to go to the shop. Question is, am I winning Act 1 without going to the shop? I don't feel like I have to use my potion here. Although it's slightly tempting. Oh, I had more energy. I'm done. Definitely didn't have to use a potion there. I forgot about my tea set. I was yapping too hard. Boo. Actually, not a kill. Okay, that's fine. Still not too bad of a fight, actually. But yeah, I could have saved more health by not being dumb. Taunt versus Dominate. Both are great. Looks like a taunt to me, though. We want Dismantle to be more consistent. We want a block option. We have no added block yet. And let's see how this fight goes. It's not the Wiggly Boys. Ooh, that's not good. It's not good. This is going to hurt without Vuln on turn 1. No turn 1 Vuln, huh? Ow. Guess I'll take 25 to the face. Am I dead? I might be dead. Do 39. Son of a gun. 1 short. Or 1 damage short. That's so insulting. Alright, well, we have a potion. Get a fairy in a bottle and a Gorget? Okay, that's a lot of value, though. Hold on. And maybe an Unrelenting. Unrelenting looks pretty strong here. We have a lot of 2-cost attacks. So this is quite nice. Another tough fight, though. Oh, my God. And the draw is bad, too. Yikes. Horrible. Very bad. So if I had to guess, I'm going to the shop. Unrelenting here. Peace Strike you. Kill you with Strike. Can't quite kill it, can I? Actually, no. Bash into Dismantle does 38. Yeah, we can't quite kill it. Bummer. Okay. Get a Liquid Memories, though? That's pretty strong. I am really tempted to go for the fight. The elite fight. We'll be a lot better off if I go to the shop, though. Yeah, I'll go to the shop. Okay, Fisticuffs are good. Bloodletting is good. Here's AoE. Stone Calendar. Anyone for Stone Calendar? Not that thrilled with the shop. The good news is, if I don't buy a whole lot, then there's next act. I guess we could buy Ghost Seed. Ghost Seed's pretty good. Yeah, Ghost Seed's pretty good. Might as well buy Ghost Seed. And maybe a Power Potion. Not very good with Peace Strike. It is, actually, because Peace Strike still considers cards in the exhaust pile. So they actually do work together in this game. In Spire 1, that wouldn't work, but in this game, it does. Stone Armor with Gorget. Oh, true, actually. Yes, I do like Stone Armor here. And I might upgrade the Stone Armor, actually. Let's buy the Power Pot, too. Okay, I'm not going to buy a Remove since I bought the Ghost Seed. Could maybe remove Bash, now that I have Tremble and Taunt. Let's see how this goes. I think I do want to use the Power Potion turn 1. I definitely want to remember that I have 5 energy on turn 1. Hellraiser, Unmovable, and Crimson Mantle. Hellraiser with double Peace Strike sounds pretty good. Hellraiser go. And delete 1 strike. Let's Tremble you first. 10 plating is a lot. Oh, I'll get wrecked. Nice. Hell officially raised. The Unrelenting gets wasted by Hellraiser, right? Yeah, it does. Okay. That's fine. Yeah. Perfect. Death. GG. Without the fairy, would I have rested at the fire? Probably, yeah, probably. A real Crimson Mantle or a real Unmovable, or a real Not Yet. Unmovable I generally consider very good defensively. I could see this deck taking a Not Yet also. But I'm going to grab that block scaling. I think that's very nice. Yeah, I barely get to play any cards in that fight. Freaking Darv shows up after we were talking about him. What's up, Darv? Do you have anything always excellent? You don't. You have Blackstar, Ectoplasm, Dusty Tome. With Old Coin already having been purchased. I don't hate Ectoplasm here. Snecko would have been really good. Yeah, I'm sad about no Snecko. There is Corruption Plus, making all our skills free. I don't think that's very good with this deck. How about Blackstar? I do like Blackstar. I think it's either Ecto or Blackstar. I think I want Blackstar. Because we can go to a shop and then, yeah, fight this elite after the early shop. Oh, this is going to be so good. This path. Why not Corruption? I don't really have any skills to play with Corruption, right? It makes... We only have 1-cost skills at the moment. So I don't have anything exciting to discount. Half the time I don't even want to play the defends. I want them to exhaust anyway. Although I could play them and exhaust them. Kind of weird. I could just go a bunch of events. I want to hit this shop though, right? Let's see how we do. Thieving Hopper, you dare. My Dismantle. I need that for stuff. Taunt, Fisticuffs. Burning Pack the Strike. 3 hits to knock him down. Another taunt. I will take another taunt. Taunt seems pretty good at the moment. We get another fight. That's not good. That means we're in a hard pool fight here. I was not prepared for that. I did not emotionally prepare for this. Yeah, just want to showcase, by the way, 24 damage Perfected Strike. If I exhaust a strike, still 24 damage. Don't know where, and we definitely need the Vuln down. Big stone armor. Yeah, that did change from Spire 1. That's correct. Oof. 21 plus 12. That's not enough damage. I will take a bunch. I'll skill potion. I'd have to offering here. Ugh. Worth it. Okay, we do get our push back. Another P-Strike. Or a Shrug. Another Perfected Strike. And this ends up being our hard pool fight. This is a bit spooky, especially with this opening draw. I do not have good area damage for this fight, so we might have to use one potion to burst down the Avocopter. Hellraiser come back? I do not want Hellraiser in this fight. No way. No, I need to choose my targets here. Big time. Alright, I'm going to Flex Potion this turn. I'm going to go Taunt, Dismantle, Strike. You're making me Vuln. Okay, hopefully we can do Unrelenting Perfected Strike to kill. I'm scared here. Okay. That's fine, right? It's not fine. It's not fine at all. Actually, yes it is. Okay, great. Hooray! Oh, finally some area damage. I need this Stomp, don't I? Yeah, I think we do. Don't have a way to hit multiple enemies currently, as that fight just showed us, so I think we'd better fix that. Shop still worth going to? I think so. Twin Strike. Stone Armor number 2. How often can I use the Flagon and get down to 0 cards in hand? Probably not very often, yeah? I will take another Stone Armor. Does this work with Ethereal cards? I don't think so. Yeah, I don't think it does. Goodbye, Entropic Brew, but I got good potions already. Had any success just stacking plating? Yes. Yeah, it's worked out really well when I've tried it. Seems effective. Anything I want to remove here? Not really, right? No. Okay. Let's float the cash. I can go here if I want to. If I need more potions after the elite fight, perhaps. Ranwid! I can give up the Venerable Tea set to get 2 random relics. That is very tempting. Although we are going to get good tea set use shortly. I'm going to do it, though. Oh, payoff. Gambling Ship Pendulum. The hype. Yeah, if we remember that we have it. What if I never remembered, though? I'm excited now. Okay, let's see how this elite fight goes. It's the Decamillipede. I have an idea. Probably also regen potion time. Probably. Let's cash in both of those. And then kill the one that's buffing. So this will do 20 block, thanks to the unmovable. No point in playing this. Yeah, hopefully we're not using the fairy here. I think we'll be alright. Stalling in this fight works out for us because we exhaust a lot of the deck. Although we do lose some valuable stuff too. Like Stone Armor, Taunt, Dismantle. No Unrelenting, huh? Okay, now we're not weak. Ooh, Stomp is bad here. Ouch. Stomp for free. Okay, this turn looks pretty good. I think I want to kill the one doing 10x2, yeah? Can I even do that, actually? Ooh, feel better soon, Chiharu. Sounds tough. I'm going to draw 2 cards here. Nice. Okay, we get the Stomp. I can also do Perfected Strike, Fisticuffs, Dismantle Stomp. That sounds pretty good. Fisticuffs and Stomp will kill this one. Make sure we play Perfected Strike first. Okay, so kill the front and the back. Wait, 9? Yeah, 9. Okay. Then if I can do 30 damage in one turn, we can win, and I can leave. And I can. Because of Unrelenting. Nice. We get Permafrost and Vajra. Now we get 7 block upon playing a Power, and 1 Strength, and a Stoke. Stoke, good card. Okay. I think we actually do, in fact, go to the shop and just buy either another Relic or 2 more potions. Strike dummy. But why would I strike myself? Could also take Dominate, Blood Potion, Dupe Pot. That sounds pretty good. How do I rate the upgrade on Stoke? It's ridiculous. Yeah, it's actually insanely good. Okay. Yeah, this feels like a good Black Star purchase. Mailbox. Okay, maybe it was. That's fine. We can upgrade now. Upgrade Stoke. Yeah, the Gambit Panic Button combo. I like it. I like it a lot. Tempting to play Peace Rock there, though. I'll play this too. Ouch. Well, that's not the draw we wanted, that's for sure. Oh. 16 plus 45. That's not enough, huh? We have to dupe pot here. Dupe pot the P-Strike. Get out of here. Kind of an awful fight. Sad. Good news is I do get 2 potions upon resting, so... Oh, and I got a potion belt. Look at that. 5 potion slots. Holy. Okay. Best mailbox of all time? Probably. Stampede is kind of good in this deck. Kind of bad with the strikes, though. We're going to skip it. We rest. Get a Heart of Iron and a weak potion. And we fight another elite. Is this a Hellraiser deck? No. Just, no. No, it's not. Heart of Iron's really good in this fight. Let's just go ahead and use it. You can't hurt me, nerd. Clockwork Tom, thanks for 11 months of support. I think 9 more, right? He goes to 9 by 3, 27, so this will block. Nice clean fight. We get a Regal Pillow, making resting even better. We get a Red Mask, applying Weaken on turn 1. I could take another Tremble. To go with this whole Dominate thing. Yeah, super clean Dorito fight. Thanks to all the plated armor. I'm feeling pretty good into Knowledge Demon. We've got a lot of relics and stuff. I'll take another Tremble. Sure. Welcome to Wongos. I have exactly $100. Give me a relic, I guess. What do you got? Lantern. Start with more energy on turn 1. That's great. And then we can upgrade either stone armor or what? Stone armor is pretty good. Or dominate. Let's do dominate. Still have the... Oh, nice turn 1. Bash, Tremble, Dominate. Sick. In fact, we can even go Tremble, then Unrelenting, then Bash, then Dominate, gain 8 Strength. That's got to be good enough, right? I could Potion of Binding for 1 more, but I don't think I need to. That's a lot of strength. Is it stoking time? I'm going to stoke it. Holy, Ashen Strike, well worth it. Mangle and Bludgeon are a bit interesting here. We do take a lot of damage here. Not ideal. This is more ideal. The part where I have no energy. Stone Armor, Taunt? Or just Unmovable Taunt. Skipping both Stone Armor seems bad. Just Potion of Binding now. Get 1 weaken right now. Just gotta keep pushing damage here. I think we can do 3 cards a turn. Yeah, we can do 3 cards a turn. Slow that damage down. Very rare that I'm trying to play more than 3 cards in a turn. We're so close to dead. Do I live? Let's see. We're taking 21 plus 6, and I have 22 plus 9. Yeah, we live. So no need to potion here. Bunch of... Woof. Okay, that was a little close, but we do make it. Through the dreaded Knowledge Demon, we're offered a Pact's End, which could be really good area damage. I'm also increasingly liking the Not Yet. But I'll take Pact's End. This seems really consistent. And what is up, No New Pepe? Got money? Or better yet, the Frond. We have neither of these things. We have Diamond Diadem, Looming Fruit, and Glitter. I've yet to get a good Frond. It's been a while. That said, Glam card rewards are very strong, so it's hard to argue with those. Diadem is really good when you can scale and block at the same time. We had a demon form. I would like Diadem. We don't have a demon form, though. Yeah, I think we take Glitter. Yeah, I think I take Glitter here. How are we doing on rest sites? Rest sites are great. Yeah, I like this path a lot. Get a bunch of relics here. Think Diadem is broken here? I don't feel like it is. I feel like I don't actually accomplish anything if I take the Diadem. Like, we can block really well with it, but I can't kill anything. Let's take Glam. I don't think I'm using Stoke here. I think I'm going Bash Fisticuffs. That's a bit spicy. No Stomp for me then. Ugh. Item would be good here. Yeah, at least we get the Pact's End. That's a really good card. Weak Potion was pretty good. I'll take it. And I would like to set up the Pendulum. Stone Armor with replay. Let's freaking go. Plating deck. You can also take Rage Plus, which is pretty good, but I like the Stone Armor a lot. Very glamorous. $17 plating. Ow, I didn't exhaust enough cards. Ow. Need card draw. Great. Is Dingy Rug the only way to get replay colorless cards from Glitter? Good question. I don't even know. That sounds right, but I'm not sure. Uh-oh. Why he is so big, though? More plating. Shrug with replay is pretty good. Tremble is interesting with the Dominate. I think I just want the Shrug. A bit slow in the first cycle of the deck at the moment. Oh. Yeah, it feels like the deck is bad, despite everything. Despite all our advantages, I don't feel like we're very good. Watch. Yeah, one offering would fix so many things here. It would. It's true, it would. We're not doing that badly, though. Havoc with replay? That's kind of funny, right? I'm into it. Hello. Oh, I can't buy the Eternal Armor. How sad. How sad. I also can't buy both Duplication Potion and Block Potion. That's also pretty sad. Is it just Block Pot, Fire Pot? It might just be Dupot. Let's take Dupot. And then we want to rest, right? Soon. I want to upgrade, replay Plating Armor, and I want to rest to get more potions. Nice turn one, idiot. Try again. Let's go Bash, then Stoke. Nice. Play the top 4 cards. Dominate. No, I dominated the wrong one. Oh well. Dupe Glam Armor doesn't work the way you want it to. If you dupe pot, then play this card, you get 12 plating, not 16. Ow. Okay. That'll do. Yeah, like Dupot is add replay 1. That's right. What's the PB? You're looking at it. This is the PB. Uppercut with replay is pretty good. Body Slam is tempting, but Uppercut is disgusting. Gonna bother with a Dex Pot, am I? I don't think so. World record? I have no idea. Don't think we're at that level of formality yet. Punch. Punch more. Man, it's a pretty good turn 1. Give me my replay Stone Armor. Close enough. Ow. Oh, we knew this was coming eventually. All right, I guess I'll fetch the stone armor. It's not even that good, though. But, like, tremble, given what I'm drawing next turn. That was not good. Can't weaken it. And we should win on this turn. It's not too bad. Okay, we got an attack potion, an ornamental fan, and a blood vial. And aggression with replay. Draw 2 cards, 2 attacks every turn and upgrade them. That's kind of awesome. Kind of awesome. And I can upgrade that to be innate, right? That's a little tempting. That's pretty good. I might choose to upgrade. Uppercut's also a pretty big upgrade. That's true. I'm also thinking about unmovable. But no, let's upgrade this. I think it's time. Perfect. It's a good time to attack pot, too. Ashen Strike's going to be good here, right? Probably. We should kill the front guy first. Yeah, front guy first. Okay, so we should get Stomp back, right? Yeah, we do. Hype. Great turn here. Gain all the plating. Nice. Oops. I should have played Ashen Strike there. I thought I had 1 energy left. That works out, though. We just get all the attacks back every turn. It seems good. Nice. It's Stonecracker and Centennial Puzzle. Replay Bludgeon. Or replay Bully. Maybe the Bully. Does the back dude no longer eat upgrades? No, what happened is that my double aggression just re-upgraded the cards, right? This power upgrades your attacks. So I just re-upgraded the cards, which you can do. You can just re-upgrade them. Perfecto. E-Strike just kills you outright. Okay, Unrelenting, you. Perfected Strike, you. Defend, Stoke for fun. The guys. Oh no, the guys. No, it's okay. We got Tremble into Pack's End. Everything's fine. I do take 1 good chomp. It's fine, though. Holy. Another one! Yes! The plating power. That almost makes me want to upgrade that, but I gotta rest. More. Oh, come on. What? What is this? I'm scammed. I'm being scammed. Why are my potions so bad? Whatever. We have full HP. It's fine. don't think I'm using Stoke here. Definitely not. I think I have to play Unmovable too, right? Something about Duke Pot. I think Power Pot in one fight, Duke Pot in the other fight. Let's do Power Pot here. Feel No Pain seems good. I'll take that. Why do I have so many stone armors? Why not? Where are all your stone armors, chat member? The dog ate them. A likely story. By the way, now the uppercut is upgraded. Excellent. Punch him. Punch him again. Does save me health, okay. The perfect hand doesn't exist, they said. I am the Lord of Plating. Plate Lord. Good. Okay, let's start stacking Vol on Queen now. Delete this. Okay, I don't think I want the Dark Embrace. I want Aggression, Ashen Strike. We just keep getting that Ashen Strike back. So I actually full block just by playing another attack. Ashen Strike. Block with my plating. We get Ashen Strike back. The triple aggression is really good, right? Triple aggression's real spicy. Get bullied, Queen. GG. Okay, we stomp all over the Queen. We have lots of potions left and lots of health left, so I've got good hopes for this nerd. Did you see that? The Stonecracker upgraded the other replay stone armor, so we have even more plating in this fight. Because that's what I needed, was more plating in this fight. More. We just dupe pot of stone armor for fun. Yeah, I think we do. Skip the dominate here, go unmovable, dupe pot stone armor, double aggression. Yeah, plays 3 times. So we get 22 plating on turn 1. Oh my god. Okay. And then more. And then I don't think I play any skills. So we get to turn 3 of the test subject. It's only doing 33 damage, which I can basically full block. That's funny. Also, I can just kill it, I think. Yeah, I can just kill it. 30 stone armor. But wait, there's more. There's more. We're going to get to 40. We're going to get to 40. Wait, no. Yes! 40 plating! 40 block per turn. Also 30 block from fisticuffs. What if you were just impervious every turn for free? Is this what it feels like to be invincible? Alright, delete this garbage. Replace it with new, better garbage. Stoked to make more stone armor. True. You're no longer wanted. Taunt from the top rope. Let's just go dismantle, dismantle, double bully for 28. The damage. Goodbye. More feel no pain. More rocks. Returning double pack sand is awesome. Holy. Kill him with a rock. Bonk. GG. Okay, the test subject fight was no problem there with all that plating. These replay stone armors were so good, though. Was that 4 copies of stone armor with 2 of them having replay? That's a lot of stone armor. GG. Stone armor, stone weapon. Stone Cold Dead Spire. GG. Set the streak to 11. It's the highest number I can count to. GG. Yeah, good thing we didn't get Aeon Glass, because definitely had no answers to that fight, right? Stoke laughing in the distance. Ironclad still the weakest character. I think it might be Necro, with the added addition of the Aeon Glass. Do I think Diadem loses that Act 3? I think it wins less decisively, that's for sure. Definitely wasn't expecting double stone armor, though. That was too lucky. Very cool. This card is one of the best cards with the replay, I think. It's better than twice as good, I think. Kind of fun. Feeling the game could be a mite more challenging? Yes. Yeah, I agree. It could be. Totally agree. As people are starting to get good at this, we are finding that it's no problem. Again, that was the case for early access Spire 1 as well. Although there weren't any Ascension levels at the time, the game was definitely fairly easy initially. Why didn't I think about Pommel Strike here? It was okay. I thought Bully was better. Barricade would have been awesome. Yeah, Barricade would have been cool. We are going to go again next Twitch chat. Before that happens, I am going to take a break here. Going to refill the legs, stretch the water. And then the Silent goes for 12 in a row. Back in a bit, everybody. Don't go nowhere. Yeah, Act 4 will change everything. Alternate Act 2 and alternate Act 3 will probably also change things. Although they might not necessarily actually make it harder. We'll see. I think in general, just having to adapt to different acts is going to make the game harder. Yeah, I don't know if you saw, Merle, the acts from the past mod where you can add the Act 1, 2, and 3, as well as Act 4 from Spire 1 into Spire 2, and just playing around with those a little bit. Just having an Act 4 makes the first 3 acts a lot harder. Navigating, getting the keys, and making your decisions differently, like not using all your potions on the boss fights because you want to use them in Act 4 kind of thing. Yes, Engineer, sometimes that's the best way to get through an elite fight, is to face tank turn 1, and then get your victory plan in play, and just win on turn 2. That can totally be worth it. Sometimes that's the only way you can win. All right, chat, I'll be back in a bit, and when I return, we'll go again. BRB. All right, Twitch chat, we are back. I will probably not underestimate stone armor again. I loved it here. Again, plating on its own, not that good, but the more you stack it, the better it gets. Pretty cool. We're now embarking here upon a new journey on Ascension 10. The streak stands at 11, which is a lot of wins in a row. Can we keep it going? If we take a Cursed Pearl. There is that early shop. Bonus, there's 2 shops if we want it. What's needed for Eternal Armor to not feel cursed as hell? Same thing, you need more plating, right? So already having Stone Armor, already having Gorgets can go a long way here. This is a really good greed start. Yeah, this is a really good greed start. Yeah, just having the Eternal Armor be upgraded goes a long way. Curse Pearl better on Silent? I think a little bit, because your starting deck is bigger, so you feel the curse a bit less. I don't like that we do have to get through 3 combats. I guess I have it out, right? If the first event is a combat... No, I'm still in a tough spot. Yeah, if this turns into a combat, we're in for a bad time. But hopefully that won't happen. I like Conk on Silent too. Yeah, I think Conk was good, but I think the greed might be a little bit better here. Kozar, thanks for the Prime sub. Welcome to the Cozy Sub Club. Okay, that was a bad turn to draw 4 defense. Ow. Okay, the greed objectively hurting us here. I mean, yeah, it is. It is part of the effect of the greed. You take 10 to the Sea Punk. I think it's only going to be 10, though. Yeah, it's only 10. Still, that did hurt. Backflip and Cloak and Dagger both very nice here. The backflip helps us not suffer so much from the curse, so I'm going to take a backflip. The Dragoon Heart, thanks for the Prime sub in 3 months. Remove greed is what I would do if I was allowed to do that, but it's eternal. So I'm going to upgrade 2 cards, because that upgrade 2 is like having another better Neow bonus, and that should make these remaining 2 fights go pretty well. We don't want to lose too much health into the shop here. Let's have take upgrade 2. 1 strike, 1 defend. Yeah, that's exactly like having the Neow's Talisman. That's pretty good. Okay, and I think I do want to take 1 damage against Sludge Spinner here. Get another strike in. Why don't you just transform the Eternal Curse? Yeah, I would if I could. Would if I could. Expose is a nice card early on. Phantom Blades would be great if I had taken that Cloak and Dagger. But I'll happily take an Expose. Is there any way to get rid of greed? Nope. No legal way for the player to do it anyway. Looks like we block 12 next turn pretty easily with most draws. So I want to put damage into the back one? I think I do. Oh yeah, there's the Grasshopper can. Oh wait, you're right. The Grasshopper totally can. I forgot about him. 2 strikes to kill either way, so I don't think I bother using the Expose on this Toadpole. I could use it here. Let's use it here. I don't believe it can ever fall off a bridge. Oh, I discarded the wrong card. It's fine, though. No, I don't think you can lose it to the bridge. Okay, Dagger Throw makes the greed feel less bad. It's a nice little card alongside Expose, and it makes Sly cards easier to pick. That seems fine. And then we hit the shop with $463 dues, which can buy us, well, a whole lot. Oh, man. Wow, choices. Many good choices here. Yeah, Wing Charm this early is very good. For sure. Definitely like Wing Charm here. Giving a random card in each reward, enchanted with Swift 1. Silent in particular can exploit that pretty well. Will that set me up to fight this elite, though? Footwork will definitely help, right? We're in... Actually, I like Footwork Deflect. Footwork Deflect is cool. And if I got Wing Charm, I really like Deflect. Yeah. Hold on. Let's go Wing Charm, Footwork Deflect. And I can still remove a starter card or buy a potion. Very exciting news. I think I lose a strike. And then we upgrade Footwork. Yeah, let's do it. Do we have enough damage? Not quite. Yeah, does this beat Terror Eel? I'm not sure about that. Maybe I upgrade Neutralize, actually. I'm slightly concerned. Only slightly, though. Against Terror Eel, we can just often block really well, especially with the Footwork Plus. Let's take the event. Oh, bonus Relic. Stone Cracker? Holy moly. Okay, what a very good start. It is Terror Eel, but guess what? We upgrade the freaking Neutralize. That's incredible. Oh my god. Okay, we're awesome. We're awesome in this fight. We just play this nice and slow. Predator SB, thanks for the Prime sub and 34 moons of support. I'm not going to play Expose yet. If our draw is bad, we can stun on this turn. If it's not bad... It's not bad. We can just wait one turn. Yeah, let's wait one turn here. Let the Vigor wear off. I don't have to stun it. Unless I bottom deck the backflip. I don't. It does shuffle out a lot of my block, though. A lot of my damage, rather. But we can just stay in this dance until we're ready. Next turn, I will take damage. I will take damage next turn. Only 2, though. If I don't stun now. I think we just stun now. With no vigor. Take 1. 1 is fine. Was that 1 damage all fight? Gotta check that. That was a very good fight. Could probably use an attack card. How about Skewer that draws 1? Maybe I'll take Pounce. Pounce sounds fine. Yeah, let's take Pounce. And upgrade 2 strikes. So now we have 3 upgraded strikes. That's actually, that's damage, right? That is damage. That is, in fact, damage. Oh, yeah, we took 3 to Terrariel. Okay, that was a good fight. Oh, and we upgrade 2 skills. What? What? So we got 2 random upgrades here, and then we got Whetstone, and then we got Warpaint. Upgrading Defend Survivor. We have a lot of block. Green deck. Whoop. Green cards the deck. The movie, the game. It's way too much block. And we don't have any block. Oh, we're good. Okay. Let's take 1 to deal 7 here. This enemy's mostly a block check, but they will get out of control if we don't block enough. Or rather, if we don't do enough damage. What I meant to say? Can we block? Perfect. So I can go Pounce, Survivor, Deflect. Take 0. Oh man, another really smooth fight. Sweet. Relis, thanks for the Prime sub. Welcome to the Cozy Sub Club. Get a meal ticket healing us upon entering shops and a triple your block potion. Hidden Daggers, withdraw 1 is good, but is it well-laid plans level of good? I don't think so. I don't think so. So we've already got a deck that's going to be very good into the Waterfall Giant. Hopefully we can handle 1 more Elite to get a little bit stronger, too. I can just Pounce Strike and kill. That might result in losing my money. I'm going to get weakened, though. I think I just go for it. They only got 20 bucks. Okay, we got him. That's my money. Ricochet withdraw 1's kind of cool. I'm a little tempted to take a Deadly Poison for the boss, but Deadly Poison on its own won't beat the boss. I'll take the Rick. Rick deck. Is this the one that's multi-hitting next turn? I think it is, right? No, it should be this one. Third guy. Yeah, third guy. Yeah. Ow? Where's my block? Hello? Hello? There it is. Not much of a block, though. I think I just defend well-laid plans. We take 10 here, or I fortifier and take 0. Wait, that's a good fortifier. That said, fortifier might be a way to beat the boss. Yeah, actually, I really like this potion as a way to solve the boss fight here. With slow damage. So, I'll take 10. I'll take 10. And then I guess we expose the front one. Sure. Nice. Cute. A little bit behind on damage, just a bit. You lose 3 damage, you lose 3 damage. Hit this one then. Okay, we take 5 more. That should be all, though. I'm not even sure that was necessary damage. Okay, we get a boat thingy. More block is definitely what the deck needed, right? I was just thinking, with a pounce, I'd love a leg sweep. Yeah, so I actually really like having this this fortifier because we can get through this boss fight in an unusual manner. I love it. Okay, so normally this would be like kind of bad, right? We don't match up very well into this boss currently. Or do we? It's going to be a really big explosion, that's for sure. Yeah, boss about to explode for 100, and then I'm going to block for 100. It's going to be great. I don't even think I rest. Seems crazy. But this deck, I don't think, needs to rest here. We upgrade probably the Pounce. I need more damage. I need damage very badly, so let's upgrade Pounce. What power is good here? I'm not using the power pot. For well-laid plans. It's most important that we get the well-laid plans down early here. Yeah, we will soon. Fumes from Power Pot could also help with this fight. That's true. Let's save the energy. Yeah, we're fine. We just blocked for so much, though. I should have actually kept Survivor there. There's a Ricochet. Do as much damage as I can. We have Dagger Throw, though. I think we're A-okay. Guess I could just keep a leg sweep. It's more sensical. Not even going to be that big of an explosion. If we're lucky, I don't even have to use the fortifier. Guess I'm going to save the leg sweep too. Sure. Yeah, next skill cost 0 stays across turns. That's right. That is absolutely correct. Okay, stop it from healing. Perfect. So the explosion is 56. I don't think I need this potion, chat. Just sweep the leg. Yeah, we're only taking 10. Easy. GG. Abrasive withdrawal 1. It's a shame the adrenaline doesn't say draw 1. Can you imagine adrenaline withdrawal 1? That'd be crazy. Probably we still click on adrenaline here. Although abrasive is actually good damage, considering our damage output. That's actually not bad. But I think it's still adrenaline. What about the B-Man? That guy's scary. That guy's scary. Yeah, but clone is coming, right? Have a good clone target. Like a clone footwork. That sounds pretty good. That sounds pretty good. I would still want adrenaline, though. I'll take adrenaline. Oh. Darv again. We've had a lot of Darv today. Still no pyramid. We're offered Wraith Form Plus. Or Ectoplasm. This might be Ectoplasm. That's a good Ecto. Yeah, that's a good Ecto. We get 1 energy per turn, which is going to be so good with all our card draw. We don't really want to remove strikes anyway, because they all say plus on them. How's it going, Mexican Pride? Welcome. I'm going to take Ecto here. Haven't had a good Ecto run in Spire 2 yet. Words are hard. Words are very hard. What we do want to do is try to find some answer to the elites. Since I didn't take the abrasive, the elites are a little threatening. Just a bit. Does the meal ticket still heal at the fake merchant? I don't think it does. Do I want to fight for elites? Not really. No, I don't think I want to do that. That sounds scary. We don't match up that well into the elites at the moment. I need like one good poison card. That's all. Oh man, 4 energy per turn? This feels like cheating. Wait. Yeah, it feels kind of like cheating. We didn't keep enough block. It's okay, though. Because we have unlimited energy. It's very strong. Get bubble and nothing else? Uh-oh. I guess it could happen, right? Suck punch. These really ain't it, huh? I don't think I want the sucker punch. Don't think I need to use a potion here. Laid plans would be good here. Oh, right. Expose, of course. I forgot about Expose being good here. Backstab, withdraw 1. I mean, that seems pretty good. That seems like a card that has no downside whatsoever. Literally free. Enchant up to 3 cards with Adroit. Ooh, that's strong. That is more block. That is the opposite of less block and more damage. But it's really, really good with Dexterity. To improve our bad matchups, we want to enchant attacks. Or maybe Deflect. Deflect is good too. But I would put Adroit on Neutralize and Dagger Throw, probably. Is Adroit 1 time per fight? No, it's every time you play the card. Which is why I'm super buying it here. Yeah, Neutralize, Dagger Throw, Deflect, I think. Deflect is now just a double deflect. Gain 4 block, gain 3 block. And I can enchant another card. This is going well. Everything is enchanted. I guess you probably put card draw on well-laid plans. If I had dodge and roll, I'd think about making it nimble. Mystic Lighter when? Literally never. It is impossible for this run to get Mystic Lighter. Alright, kill this one. Actually, no, I get a bunch of free block this turn. The next turn, which means I want to kill this one. I should have done that differently, too. Oh, well. Foolish. We still end up with, like, a perfect turn here. Pretty much. Yeah, we do. Block deflect. You can see neutralize gives 6 block because of that 3 dexterity. Very strong. This is going very well. Another pounce plus is actually pretty good damage. And I do need more damage. So I will actually take a second copy of Pounce with plus on it. Interesting. I'm not missing any health, so we can upgrade a card here. I like the leg sweep upgrade. I like the expose upgrade. Pounce Mastery. What about Parasol into Mystic Lighter? Wait, you're right, Tom. I was wrong. It is not impossible. The dream is alive. Okay, Mystic Lighter. No, it's got to be Parasol into Gnarled Hammer into Mystic Lighter. It can happen. You gotta believe. Gotta believe. Yeah, we need more damage, so this is damage. And I am not ready to fight that elite. Am I? I'm not, right? I want another card reward. Okay, great. I also don't want to commit to 3 elites. That sounds crazy, right? That's just hard commit? That's hard commit. It's spooky. How come all my cards say card draw? This is cheating. Okay, I'll kill you first then. Fine, if you want to be like that. And then I don't actually... I get to retain, right? Yeah, I get to retain. Retained Pounce, actually. So far, we are kicking butt. Okay, Deadly Poison, withdrawal 1, and an upgrade. This card is double bonus, right? It's free upgrade and enchantment. That's gotta be worth taking, surely. It also really helps with our matchup into a couple of the elites, notably the bee guy. Dr. Bees! Meanwhile, I block even more. What is this run? Okay, it is Dr. Bees. Hello, Dr. Bees. It's hoping for expose. Oh well. Just hit him for as much as we can early on here. We get free block on this turn. Okay, there's our deadly poison. I don't think I play this expose. Yeah, because there's like no damage in the draw pile anymore. Well... yeah, I'm going to wait. Okay, this is not good. These well-laid plans, you have to? Okay, good. Okay, let's use the Fortifier finally. Don't play Ricochet. Unless you want 8 days in the draw pile. Okay, now we can play Expose. Or maybe Retain it. No, we should play it. It's time? It's time. Good. Okay, we beat the bee guy. We get a Molten Egg. Attacks are upgraded. Give me more draw 1 backstabs. Ooh, this is good. 0 cost. Apply 1 weak to all enemies. Draw a card. Exhaust. Seems like a good card, right? That's just free. That's just free weaken. That's just free weaken. We love that. Wing Charm going hard. And I was thinking about upgrading Leg Sweep here. Yeah, tracking Waiting Room. We might be about to lose the Wing Charm. Because it's good, sure, but is it better than Paper Crane? We've already got a whole bunch of draw 1 cards. We don't necessarily need to add more and more and more. What if the enemies did 0 damage? Stonecracker for Red Mask is funny too. But yeah, I think we want this Paper Crane. Paper Crane is very strong. Making our weaken more weakeny. And now I'm definitely going to fight this elite, because I feel like we can totally take it on. Oh, we can get the Lost Wisp. Upon playing a power, do damage to all enemies. That's very helpful in our no damage deck. Currently have 2 powers, and I would love more powers. Also, I can't gain money, right? So the other option is even worse. The bad news is we'll be stuck with the decay for the rest of the run. The good news is we have help against Decimillipede. Scare 'em. Ever use the sorting options in the deck view screen? I'm used to not doing it, so I don't usually. The one that's buffing. Even more reason to get the Parasol. True. Gosh, I hope we get Parasol. How sweet that would be. I can actually outright kill this one. I don't think I want to do that, though. I think that's premature. What is this small amount of damage? 915? I'm already full blocking, so we can chip here, too. Paper Crane scares so strong. Let's go expose, defend, pounce, pounce. Kill this one. Oh yeah, I should retain footwork here. Yeah, we want to retain footwork here. Because I do 8 damage when I play it to all of them. And kill this one. Okay, we're out of here. Perfect fight. No potion used. We get a relic that doesn't do anything. But we also get a calculated gamble plus or a backflip. I will take a calculated gamble plus. And maybe a poison potion for Knowledge Demon? I am a little scared of Knowledge Demon. Just a bit. We're going to use the Power Pot for some help. And I guess I upgrade this. Would this deck take a Memento Mori? Probably, right? It's guaranteed upgraded? Yeah, probably. Outbreak After Image Tools. So it's either Tools or After Image. I think it's Tools, then we take the drawdown. That's gonna be good. That might be bad. I think I'll also use the Poison Pot then. Oh yeah, I should have used this. But yeah, doing enough damage here is definitely going to be a challenge. Very much so. Take damage. Yeah, where is the damage is a good question. I'm afraid we don't do that here. Bottom decking the Deadly Poison is quite bad, because that was actually a significant portion of the damage. Oh well. Abrasive would have been good here. I admit. Looks like we're doing fine, though. Make sure we retain regular strike. But yeah, notice how my health hasn't budged. We haven't taken any damage. Don't get any money, though. But there's the Abrasive. Welcome back, Abrasive. You can also take Murder. It's another way to get damage. Any Murder enjoyers? Yeah, actually, Murder does seem kind of good here. Let's take it. It's upgraded too. Let's take it. Let's try murdering our way to victory. Vaku? We can only get to one shop, so it wouldn't even be a good parasol. Doesn't even offer it. Okay. Wishes and curses. I don't love the idea of that. More energy seems unnecessary. How about we just draw a power on turn 1? I've only got 2 powers, and one of them draws more cards. That seems really good. Yeah, currently Jeweled Mask is great. It's also 8 damage AoE. Balrog RPG, thanks for 32 months. And then I guess I only go to a shop late in the act if I want to. I kind of want to fight a bunch of elites now. And we don't want to go to events, right? Events are kind of stinky. We do have to deal with Aeon Glass, so finding more damage is crucial. That sounds like more reason to get card rewards. Yeah, I don't think the murder alone will kill Aeon Glass for us. Yeah, you like Jeweled Mask more with less powers? I agree. Especially if you can force it to give you, like, a really big, expensive power. Like, Echo Form or something. This ain't it. I kind of miss the Wing Charm. I'm not going to lie. Got Paper Crane, though. It had to be worth it. This guy's a little scary. Damage is actually solid, though, right? Murder does 48 here. You just kill him. Okay, that's encouraging. Not really, right? This pinpoint damage? Not quite. Almost good. Over to that guy. You're next. You are next. Or they can just all die. That's even better. Struggling to remember the last time we took any damage at all, actually. We're doing very well. Prepared plus. Draw 2, discard 2. That scales murder. Good. Yeah, you first, buddy. Double pounce. I like it. Did we have to swap the wings? Well, we didn't have to. What happened was Paper Crane. It was for Paper Crane. So I really wanted to. Yeah, Crane has been really good. I took damage only one time in the Act 2 to the Tunneler Bug Easy Pull Combat. Oh, yeah. And I could have stopped that with my potion, but I was like, we're going to heal with the meal ticket, so I didn't need to. Okay, so we dominated Act 2 entirely. That's pretty cool. Heat. Could have had 2 poison stab pluses. Oops, I should have exposed first. Murder him. Murder him again. Wait, the murder's actually kind of good. Snake bite. Here we go. Real damage. Actual good damage. Yes, give me the snake bite. It's nice with double pounce, too. Snake bite. Nice block. We're actually able to put out pretty good damage, too, just because we have so much defense that I can devote a lot of resources to non-defense. It's like playing every strike, for example, with Vuln. It's going pretty well. Yeah, for a deck with no damage, we kill pretty fast. I'd say it's more likely that it's no longer accurate that we have no damage. It's no longer like our best quality. It's still not our best quality, rather, but our damage is caught up a bit. Just a bit. We need more Dex. Dex Flex got buffed again. Or buffed back, rather. To be 4 Dex. I still don't think I want it here. Don't need a Dex potion either. Potion of Binding's not that good, though. Nah, whatever. Flexterity. Ooh, Hourglass. Counter the Aeon Glass with the Hourglass. I feel like when you show up to this fight with the Mercury Hourglass, the boss should say, "That's my glass." Why doesn't it say that? Come on. My son, my child. That's my child. We'll go here. Oh, nice. Okay, our relics do good AoE here. I would like to kill the upgrade dude first. Yes. Yeah, we can just block the Flail Knight. He's not that bad. Nice. Turn 1 kill. Yeah, see, our damage is not bad. Eat the feet. And then just gamble to avoid losing murder. I get to lose greed, though. I don't need murder here. Snake bite. Another perfect fight. Seems like this is going well. Easy. Joss Paper is draw per card exhaust. That's kind of whatever. Another Adrenaline? Sure. What am I going to do? Not click on it? I'd love to know if that would have gotten enchanted by the Wing Charm. How do I feel about Distilled Chaos? I kind of like this Flex Potion. Flex Potion's damage. We need damage. Okay. And then I suppose I look at the shop. We heal for 1, which is not very relevant, but more importantly, get to look at some potions. Look at some potions. Okay, nothing exciting here. Yeah, nothing exciting here. Probably I buy nothing. Yeah, I think I buy nothing. That's a little sad, but that's all right. I'm a little scared of the final bosses, so especially Aeon Glass, so I am going to keep fighting elites here. We'll fight the Mechanite. Get rid of this, look for well-laid plans. There it is. Nice. And I get the snake bite right away. That's awesome. Yeah, 10 block neutralized. It's kind of crazy, right? Also, his attack does no damage. He's cooked, this guy. This guy has no chance. Get murdered. Die to Hourglass. We get a Snecko Skull. Okay, apply 1 more poison. You give me a poison card? You do! Another Snake Bite. Okay, with double Snake Bite and Snecko Skull, I think we have enough damage for Aeon Glass to feel pretty good. I think we'll be just fine. I am still going to keep the Flex Potion. And I'm going to look at 1 more potion. Fortifier. Fortifier feels nice against Aeon Glass. I'll take that over Dexpot to solve 1 big bad turn. It can also work against Test Subject if we don't use it in Aeon Glass. I'm going to upgrade the other Snakebite. My Poison and Murder deck is online. I think we just gamble. Gotta find well-laid plans here. There it is. Actually overfilled my hand. I'm not even mad. Okay, just bust through the artifact the old-fashioned way. That is completely fine. We'll go Pounce, Snakebite. Retain Deflect Survivor. This is going well. Expose it so I can murder it? Sure. Yeah. Deflect blocks for 21, by the way. 21 block. Okay, that's a little scary. But now it's not. It's a 6, so I'm already blocking. Might as well play some strikes. Oh. We officially took damage. Panic. I can just go pounce and murder? Yeah, because I want to redraw the murder. Leg sweep deflect. Okay, now we have +2 withers. Now is when things start to get a little tricky here. Yeah. Okay, that should be good. This is the sort of turn we have the Fortifier for, just in case the draw was bad. It's almost dead, though. Yeah, we're fine. Okay. Slow and Steady does, in fact, win this race. This time. Wouldn't say every time, though. Just this time. GG. Yeah, Paper Crane, really good. You can see it was well worth giving up the Wing Charm for. Nice. Alright, this fight should just be a formality. This should be easy. Be a lot better if I'd weaken. There we go. Quite how I wanted the turn to go. This is fine, though. Guess we're taking damage here as well. Now we have 2 free skills at the start of this. So we can go Leg Sweep, Snake Bite for free. Guess I'll be keeping this adrenaline. Have I done this Nostalgia Gambit combo yet? I have not had the pleasure of doing that yet. I do want to pull that off, though. That's a fun one. Is it possible to have an A10 0 damage taken full run? Possible, yes. Easy, no. But yeah, it is possible. Definitely possible. Certainly possible. Imagine letting this guy get its 6 attacks and not even caring. I don't even care. Rather impressive. Scale my murder. Great. ridiculous. Simply ridiculous. By 3. A much more reasonable number. Murder. Okay, we can murder it for 100 damage next turn. Nice. Make it 110. GG. The Silent cruises smoothly to victory. That was very nice. Really good showing for Ectoplasm. GG. Yeah, that was a really good run. Cruise control if you've ever seen it. Yeah, totally. Totally safe. Never had to rest. Killed lots of elites. Perfect at bosses. That was great. Actually great. Early Wing Charm ended up being awesome. You can see why we ranked Cursed Pearl so highly in our Neow rankings here, even on Silent. Sure, we had a curse, but we were able to get so much value out of that early money that the one stinky curse was no problem at all. No problem at all. But yeah, very, very happy with that. There's no heart in Spire 2? Not yet. No, there's no Act 4 at the moment. There won't be for a long time. Class that's hardest for A10. Currently, for me, it's Necrobinder. I'm not sure if that's true for everybody. I think Necrobinder really struggles with the Aeon Glass and with the Prism in Act 2. And that gives her a tough time currently. I also just feel like I'm the worst at Necrobinder out of all the characters, so she's the hardest for me. How did we get through Waterfall Giant? Believe it or not, we just blocked. We had a triple your block potion as the plan for surviving the explosion, but we got to the explosion. It was like 50 damage, and I just blocked it. Just blocked it. Didn't even have to potion. Just blocked it. I have to say the pounces were really good here. They were more damage than I expected, while allowing us to maintain full block supremacy. So these were pretty good. These were like 1 cost deal 20 damage cards. So these were kind of like Ultimate Strike Plus. That's actually pretty good. Lamguin says, using my card tier list on the overlay has improved your Regent win rate by at least double. Yeah, let's give a shout out to the overlay, actually. The Untapped Companion overlay allows you to have tier rankings and card tips from yours truly displayed over top your Spire game. It's like having me backseating you while you play. Any idea if achievements will be rewarded retroactively? That sounds really hard to do, so my guess would be no. I don't think they will do that. And yeah, the murder was good. Murder, partially because it was upgraded for free with Molten Egg, partially because we had 4 energy per turn with Ectoplasm. But yeah, Ecto was very good. Ecto was very good. Silent just loves having more energy. And this run really showed that off. That said, chat, that is where we're going to be winding things down for the day and indeed the weekend. So I've got to get going here. Do the tooltips include dad jokes? I think I only did one. I didn't want to make it the focus or have it be over the top. But I'm pretty sure I did put a dad joke in at least one tooltip. Out of like hundreds of cards. Anyway, chat, thanks all for tuning in. Let's see, anyone we can raid? Just because I'm stopping the stream doesn't mean the fun of the Spire has to end. Knave Greed is streaming some Ascension 10 Slay the Spire. Looks like he's having a bad time on Regent. So if you want to see Knave Greed potentially lose on Regent, or potentially not lose on Regent, I'll see you all over there. Thanks so much for watching, everybody. Have a good one. I'll catch y'all on the flip side. Ta-ta for now.